these beat boot bitches! Uh, good morning, everybody. What's up? It's ya boy. So let's see if Andy can sweep another Specialist Cup. He swept all of the Nomad Cup, and now he's in the finals against DauT. Andy also has not lost a game in this one. FreakinAndy. Wait a minute. Are they all... Oh my goodness, the punctuality! I can't handle it. Guys, it's a DauT tournament set, and they started exactly on time! What is this nonsense? Andy does vulture these sorts of events, doesn't he? Alright guys, here we are. This is the Stronghold edition of Specialist Cup, so it's closed maps if you couldn't tell. I have never seen this map before. It's called Weltschadens. Sounds pretty German. Yeah, so never seen this map, so let's take a look at it. There seems to be some stone in the middle. You got 2 vills. Wait a minute. Oh, so they can both access this area? Not sure what damage to that villager. But there are some foxes here. And Andy is here with the mule cart as well. Not that you need a mule cart for the foxes, but... oh, I guess they're hares as well. Also 3 farms over here. Andy's going to be the Orange Georgians, the Georgians, if you will. And that will be the Blue Shoe here to the north. So yeah, there are these different segments of the map that are all cut up in these Gaia fortified palisades with a granary that has the War Galley icon for some reason. I guess it's a closed map. It doesn't really feel like it's a closed map, though. There's rocky terrain here, so I guess you can't really wall it as easily. Looks like you can full wall this, though. I have no idea who David Ferrer is. Anyway. Of course, it's going to be DauT and Andy. Should be a good competitive set, especially on a closed map like this, or series of closed maps, rather. Andy looks like he will be clicking up here on 21 population, which is kind of interesting, because that's not really a number people click up on these days. Usually it's faster for any sort of feudal age play, or slower if they're going FC. A little bit of idle time there. DauT is still continuing to train plenty of villagers. Yep, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Okay, looks like you can wall this without too much difficulty. I think. Just a little bit of a love tap there. But now DauT Scout's in over here. DauT just making sure he is defended. And I guess you're fighting... Well, I mean, you do have some gold on the outside via these oysters. And some stone, but I guess there's a bit more of it in the middle. Nothing you really have to worry about too much, though, at least in the short run. Res collected, a little bit better for DauT right now, so able to take use of the shoe bonus, and whatever shenanigans that Andy was doing over here isn't really getting him anything of an advantage. DauT walling up on the sides here, he is going to be going up on 24 pop, so a pretty quick, fast castle time, but since you start with all these farms, I'm sure that it is quite easy to get up to Castle Age up villagers sooner, probably, rather than you normally would. Andy doing some of his trademark gate nonsense. 2 squares between them. Oh, okay. Right away, but no real indication of any military. He's going to be able to snag DauT's scout with his upgraded feudal age scout, but he doesn't have any military buildings. So, okay, there's the market and the blacksmith. Maybe he was up quickly in case DauT was doing something aggressive, but because DauT isn't, Andy's just going to click up to Castle Age when he can with double bit axe, which isn't going to be as efficient as what DauT is doing, but it's still going to get him a reasonable Castle Age time. There's the market, and there is the blacksmith. Now, as far as I can tell, these are only regular fortified palisade walls, so only 300 HP on these guys. Great. Oh, no. Oh, no. I forgot to update this. It is a best of 7. Let's see. Specialist. Cup. Finals. All right, the professionalism has been moderately restored. Hello, Bombay Gypsy. I had 1 job. I actually have many jobs. But, you know, you get what you pay for. All right, already some market usage coming in here from Andy. You can see DauT is well on his way to the Castle Age, and by well on his way, I mean 15%. Andy with 4 vills on stone. In a sense, I have no job at the moment. That's very true. I just checked my bank account yesterday. You bet it feels like I have no job right now. All right, Stonewall's coming in over here. But again, it's not like it's really... It shouldn't be very tough to punch through this with a mangonel. If that's the route DauT wants to go for. Now, DauT with 3 villagers on gold isn't necessarily indicative of going for booming or aggression. In fact, it might be a Siege Workshop plus TC or something like that. Andy will have redemption already? Yeah, well, Andy isn't that much slower. Again, you can see that the resources are relatively competitive, especially considering that DauT is with the better early eco bonus. Past dip and traction intrepid? I really don't think that's necessary. But yeah, still no real clear indication of what these guys want to do. Again, as far as I can tell from Andy, he can just add TCs here. He's adding in an extra outpost. You start with the 1. See Andy adding in some other ones over here. Yeah, DauT can boom. And given... I think it might be ATC plus Siege Workshop. Well, there's the Siege Workshop, and there's the TC. Dang! I'm such a good caster, guys. So smart. Anyway, DauT looks like he wants to mangonel his way actually into this section, or this quadrant, I guess, and will be able to add a TC on that extra gold. I guess it could be for a war... Yeah, it could be for a war chariot as well. Blind only on certain occasions. Very certain occasions. Like whenever there's fighting happening. Anyway, Andy will just be adding in 1 extra TC and a fortified church to boost up those villagers. So good location there for the fortified church. Another TC and another fortified church over here should set up Andy's economy extremely well. Does DauT think he gets pass-through damage? Because he doesn't. Not with buildings. I mean, the war chariots, remember, guys, they do get bonus damage versus buildings. 2 versus the all buildings armor class, which is affected by masonry. DauT, I think he's seeing if he can get pass-through damage on the other side. No, you can't. I feel like we can see the thought process through DauT's mind right there in terms of seeing if he can actually break through. To be fair to DauT, AoE is so freaking complicated these days. Alright, busted through here. Could easily see a 3rd TC in the immediate future. Gonna secure at least those little bit of extra resources. And thus far, neither player really that bothered with doing anything too aggressive. Well, I just did the lecture, right? So I counted 14 DLCs, I think. DLC / expansions for Age of Empires. So yeah, the upcoming one I think would make it 15. Enjoyed it? Oh, thank you. People seem to really like it. And I am glad I did it. That's 14 too many. Just need AOC civs, man. Only 18. I'm gonna play on Alpha. I'm gonna play on the version where Vikings, Celts, and Mongols could like steal units with their scout cavalry as raider civs. There we go. Third TC coming in now for DauT. Obviously very passive game so far. Eco upgrades are identical. Just the one fortified church for now. Res collected going to be even. In theory, the Georgian eco should be better than the Shu eco going forward once we see more fortified churches coming in. But obviously, nothing terribly impactful in this game so far. DauT's running around with these few siege units. But if he decides to start, going after this fortified church, for instance, or trying to find an angle on the TC, and he already has a monk out, he already has a defensive mangonel. So he should be fine. So yeah, I really think this just begs the question as to which civ we do like more going into late game, and I feel like the answer is always going to be Georgians in my mind, but I also have an irrational hatred of the Three Kingdoms civs, so I feel like I always underestimate them. So the advantage of Shu is that they're going to get to 200 pop faster. Halb / White Feather Guard, Arb, and then Traction Trebs. That's really, really good, for sure. That said, where Shu are going to struggle... Call it rational hate? That's true. There will come a time when the Traction Trebs are just not very good at punching through the Georgian defenses. And that's really where I really worry here for DauT. Traction Trebs, like I always say, they're an insane bombard cannon replacement and a terrible trebuchet replacement. Yeah, I mean, Shu are basically better Vikings right now on land maps. Oh, we call that a Treebeard certified hit. Oh my goodness. The Spoon Trebs. Indeed, the Spoon Trebs. Let's go next. Surely DauT could never recover from losing a mangonel in a war chariot. See, like, as a caster, I feel like it is my job to be as unbiased and objective and analytic as I can. Anyway, that get wrecked, nerd. But I just can't contain my dislike of the 3K civs, man. Be biased? Yeah, that's true. At this point in my career, I just want to have fun with it. Anyway, Andy can drop a castle wherever he likes. I was thinking he might... Oh, okay, so I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to clear maybe some area to build a castle up over there. I wouldn't hate that, or he could build one in the middle. You can see it is downhill, though. They are indeed here to stay. It is a very odd map as well. But yeah, as I was saying, Shu are going to get to 200 pop very quickly. But there's going to come a time when they can't really break through Georgian defenses very effectively, although you do actually have good siege rams as the Shu. Because they do get the movement speed bonus, and you get siege engineers. That said, I feel like the Georgian army is going to be a lot more efficient in the late game. Dynasty Warriors, considering that is a game I have never played, I will say that sounds good to me. Anyway, a scout's coming in over here. And they will help with the random mangonels. Oh, gotta be careful. I mean, sure. Wait, you just destroyed your own gate right there. This is like getting to the point in all the quick walling nonsense where I wonder if it's actually worth the APM to do all this. Well, I know Andy has won the Nomad version of the Stronghold Cup. At least that's what I casted. Oh yeah, DauT won the Arabia, or no, Stoneplace won the Arabia one, right? And we got an archery range coming in here as well. One of each flavor of military building for DauT. Still not really indicating which military unit he wants to go for. Out there actually is likely going to get the Mangonel snipe, so very nicely done. DauT, though, oh, he doesn't have the buildings. Oh, that's slowing down his imp time. Never something you really want. I mean, obviously this game has been quite peaceful so far. Andy taking some good trades, and his score is going to be reflective of that. Res collected, still a little bit better for DauT, though. It's still just the one fortified church from Andy, so his eco isn't actually all that insane. White Feather Guards? It is a little weird that they are so cheap on the gold cost, but their damage is so low against anything that isn't cavalry that I think the unit's honestly fine. This is the Grand Finals. It's TC for DauT. What a boomer boy. Anyway, Andy indeed was clearing space on this sort of ridge here to get the castle down. Pixels died here? Yeah, but I don't value the lives of Pixels because I'm toxic. I am TM06 toxic. What's Andy's RB comp going to be? In an ideal world, Monospa plus towers and just running around and raiding DauT to death, because the immobility of Shu is going to be a big problem in the late game. 2 mangoes, 4 monks, and 190 meals. Don't forget all the towers. You can't forget the towers. You could also seriously consider auditors and stuff like that, considering you are up against the Shu. In a pure boom? That's a really good question, and I don't think there is an answer to it. I mean, I kind of freestyle it as well, but I feel like what you want to do is have a bit more wood early on with your feared mule cart, and then go TC, church, and then add a 4th TC afterwards. I think that's what you'd want to do. I haven't mathed it out, though. I mean, it's a DauT is in the finals, so that automatically makes it a grand finals. Has to be a farm count? Yeah, and that goes back to the whole, I feel like I used to know everything about Age of Empires, and then they just kept on making the game more and more complicated, and now I feel like I don't know anything. Anyway, DauT is obviously going ARBs because that's what the Shu do, getting all those nice discounted upgrades. There is a couple Monospa on the field, and you can see Andy is actually... Is he double blacksmithing it? Not just the... Oh, no, he is. There we go. Double blacksmithing it. And it's tower time. This is why I do favor Georgians here. It's just really annoying to knock down all these buildings with traction trebs. No, it's nothing? Something like that. I think the CA was a misclick, yeah. It's ARBs. Still no castle right now for DauT. He's only gathering some stone. And although he doesn't need it for trebs, he really could use it to get things like Bolt Magazine. Still, that tower isn't happening yet. And Andy is making skirmishers. Like, it's seriously, I think, the most poorly designed unit in Age of Empires right now. Traction trebs. The unit will never feel good. It only feels awful or overpowered. It's such a bizarre unit. Like, Hofnitzas are overpowered, but at least they scale in a way that makes sense, right? One Hofnitza is fine, and then more is better, right? Like, just sort of scale better the more you have of them. Traction trebs is just, like, useless to overpowered once you hit a, X threshold. Also, that trebuchet totally got the kill steal from the Mangonel. Mixed Kerms lemonade, something like that. The worse they become, well, it just becomes really hard to micro. Anyway, towers, if you haven't noticed, really missing those upgrades. Watchtower's not likely going to cut it here in Imperial Age, and this is what I was talking about. DauT's going to hit 200 population with military a lot faster than Andy. So this is really his time to make the magic happen. Spawn Towers is coming in. You do have the discounted repairers, remember, as the Georgians, and Andy also has access to all of the stone here in the middle of the map. That said, going for Georgian skirmishers without the final armor upgrade, it's not the most exciting unit in Age of Empires. How tall is Andy? Andy's pretty tall. Andy's, I've only met Andy once, but I think he's a little bit taller than me. DauT is huge, though. DauT's gigantic. All right, Andy, trying to at least take some sort of efficient trade. And of course, the spawn towers will tear through the arbs. But you know what? To his credit, DauT is really starting to scale up those traction treb numbers. This from the One Siege Workshop. Temu Chukonu, they are quite good. They aren't... I think in terms of raw stats, they're the second best behind Ethiopians. Andy, of course, going to use his Monk Stuff Bolt magazine coming in. That is what makes those arbs powerful. But yeah, like I said, no Ring Archer armor for the Georgians, and that makes things tricky. Andy on 157 villagers, Masonry coming in. And if there's anything that you can just do with the Georgians, it's just stall, stall, stall. They are in a wonderful defensive civilization. Towers coming up over here, and DauT, despite his army advantage, oh, how much does it really matter if you're just getting arrowed constantly? The traction trebs, they are pushing, but it's a slow, slow process. How many relics are on the map? 5. Andy has 3 of them. Good tilt playing this. As which player? I feel like both of these civs are so annoying. Yeah, there you go, Dragonstar. Yeah, siege rams, like I said, are an important tool here for the shoe, and they do move faster, which is nice. And yet, by the time you get to siege rams, then the Monaspa numbers are going to start climbing. Another very fun and fair interactive unit. That said, this is finally DauT going to find some value. Okay, 43 kills on those arbs, and I mean that's not bad. Andy perhaps not respecting this push quite enough. Halbs are out here as well for DauT. More guard towers incoming. I mean, yes, White Feather Guards are better, but DauT only has a single castle, so he doesn't have very good production of them. No plate mail armor either, or plate guarding armor for the Monaspa, so they are more vulnerable to the arbs, and yet the skirms are still finding some good value. DauT himself is actually missing some armor upgrades. Fire? Well, fire is actually neutral against flying type, so the feathers and fire, they actually don't really interact in the way you might think they do. Anyway, now the tracks and trebs are getting poked away by the Monaspa, and Andy is still surviving. He's climbed a little bit further ahead in the score. Thank you, Messenger. And this is just what Georgians are so good at, right? You stall, you stall, you stall, and eventually you have an army that is both extremely efficient and very mobile via the Monaspa. Well, yeah, a very significant portion of this production is tower. You can see Halbs chilling here in the barracks, but because DauT doesn't have the siege rams or the traction trebs, obviously the siege workshop time needs to be kind of spent on both, if that's what you want to go for. It's going to be tricky. Even architecture now in here for FreakinAndy. Those guard towers are going to be quite tough to break down. And now the trebuchets are coming in, and this is looking worse and worse for the DauTster. All right, traction trebs gonna find some value here. The Halbs are out. I don't think DauT has Coiled Serpent Array. No, he does not. And have a third castle over here from Andy to the east of the map. Remember, he's took all of the stone here in the middle, so he's able to afford both these castles and these towers. Monaspa going to continue to get more value. There's +4 defense in, and Monaspa's, being the fun and interactive unit that they are, going to start to murder absolutely everything. Thank you, Flats, for the raid. Is it the most exciting person to watch? I find Andy more exciting to watch than Hera or Leary. But that's just me. Elite Monaspa coming in here as well. But the Halbs are here. DauT still has a good population, and he has been quite diligent about trying to reduce those towers with these traction trebs. But now Elite Manaspa is in. They are fully upgraded, but, I mean, they don't have Zanari Cavalry, but other than that, they're fully upgraded. And without those towers to do that important pass-through damage, this is where the army of DauT can be more efficient, but the skirms are here, and Andy has done such a good job of getting to all of these upgrades. Did we cast Andy yesterday? Yeah, thank you, Flats. I forgot. Did we cast Team Andy? Anyway, we also have the high ground here. Watching VT West. Wow. What a jerk. Yep. All right, Guilds, Theocracy both coming in here. Andy loves his monks. And still, DauT pressing forward. The populations are comparable. Andy trying to establish more towers. I mean, he still doesn't even have keep yet. He only has 20 on wood at the moment. Feels like he probably could use a few more fortified churches. And of course, this map is still relatively difficult to raid on. It's not like DauT's eco is in significant harm. But man, are these spawn towers insane. Just nuking those infantry units. And there's Zanari Cavalry coming in. Georgian army is very efficient in the late game. DauT has regrouped his massive traction troops, though, and he's at 8, which is not bad at all. Now he's starting to one-shot buildings. Skirm's still out here. And that's a lot of halves. But remember, DauT has no castles, so he can't get that Coiled Serpent array tech, which I think maxes out at 69 nice HP for the halves, if I recall correctly. And yet, these towers aren't really staying up, and Andy is out of stone. He can't keep replenishing them forever, as DauT continuing to press forward here, and right now it's mostly Cav versus mostly Halv. This could be exactly what DauT's looking for. The patrol stack is fun. Oh, I love patrol stacking. Oh, it's so fun. Doesn't that just make you happy, guys? All right, Arbs are here on the high ground. Still missing that last armor upgrade, though. And Andy pushing this back. More Manaspas are on the way. They are a very cheap unit, remember. DauT's still hanging in there. 62 bills on gold for Andy, though. Right now, I fear DauT is going to be running short on gold very soon. There's actually more stone on the outside he could take. He's going to try and go over to some gold to the west. But Andy is relentlessly pushing forward. More towers being attempted. DauT has been able to preserve most of his traction troops, however, so it's not that bad. Game isn't over yet. Populations, again, they're still competitive between the two players. The scores as well. Andy has access to far more resources, though. Ring Archer armor finally in here for DauT. So his units will be pretty much fully upgraded, but I do feel like there's going to be a point when Andy just opens up the sides here from the palisade walls that you can start to run in, and DauT's lack of any castles whatsoever is going to make defending his eco very difficult. And of course, Georgians having significantly more mobility than the Shu would just make that even more problematic for DauT. That said, that's a great fight for DauT, as Andy very much getting wrecked right there by that efficient Halv plus ARP combo, and he keeps on building these towers a little too close to the front lines. Jeez, they don't need many shots to be good, though, do they? But yeah, Andy really would be better advised to actually try and start raiding. There's Onager coming in. I was wondering if he didn't have done that a bit sooner. DauT continuing to try and press forward, though. Because the skirms missed the final armor upgrade. And these are very good arbalests that get extra attack, remember, with the extra projectiles. All right, Manaspa trying to loop around here. Going to try and thin out the herd of traction trebuchets. It's civilian meat shield. It's always the poor peasants, man. Every time. All right, Onagers about to be in. Now, traction trebs are very good at sniping Onagers, of course, but I think the Onagers here are even more valuable just to start cutting through either these trees, the palisades, or both, and opening DauT up to raids. It's really where he's going to be super vulnerable. Killed 1 traction treb. DauT had 8 traction trebs before, now he's only on 4. So yes, he actually has thinned out the herd quite nicely. Map, yeah, something like that. I really feel like that Andy's approach hasn't been perfect here in the late game. And DauT doing everything he can to force the fight here in one location. This is where he's at his best, right? He's got a Halb, his Arbs, his traction trebs, and he's popping these towers down very efficiently. Keep is also finally about to be at 17 kills on this one tower already. No siege engineers yet in either for Andy. That's certainly an upgrade that is very helpful. But he's using the Onager as an actual unit, which in some situations I would like, and I mean, that's an okay hit right there. But again, I feel like you have to look to your win conditions, right? Taking the fight right here in the middle of the map is what DauT wants. So, you know, don't do what DauT wants. Again, this is literally just a fortified palisade wall. It's 900 HP that you need to cut through. And DauT continues to press forward despite his villager count looking a little low, as there's still the random Aequan cav here from Castle Age. Onager is down. Manaspa and Skirm numbers are not looking very impressive right now, as DauT is really trying to make this push work. Credit for DauT. I mean, this is exactly what he needs to do. Just head on, apply directly to the forehead, send these units towards the middle of the map. And if DauT can get a castle, he never got conscription. Ooh, yeah, that is really painful, especially when you're making lots of cheap, weak units. West is open. Well, it's a very long way for his units to run around over here, but okay, now the towers are coming in. I mean, yeah, that's certainly annoying for DauT, but just cutting through the sides would make it much faster from the Manaspa to leave the castle and get to the front. But at least this is a very competitive game, number 1. This is what we want to see. DauT now at max population, Andy not. Andy's actually out of gold at the moment. Got a couple of Onagers in here, looking to get some good hits. And the traction trebs, well, they're very good at sniping Onagers. That's kind of the issue right now. Arb number's a bit low. Yeah, 22 Arbs isn't insane, but because the strength of Andy's army is in his cavalry, not his skirmishers, it's not the end of the world, right? The Halbs are the most important unit here. And that does kill a lot of Halbs, for sure. But I feel like strategically, Andy's misplays here could easily end up costing him the game. DauT's population's really dropping, though. Mostly in his villagers. Lots of villagers killed from both players, but DauT isn't really doing quite as well at replenishing them. See, Andy still has a 10 vills queue up, even at 134. Now you got this interesting-looking fortified church tower combo that looks like a campaign building. Oh, excuse me. Oh, absolutely. And now that the fortified church is in here, 18 kills, 11 of which are vills, so good guess there, Pancake. Okay, with the 100 build? Yes, exactly. It's... Okay, please. One, DauT finish the castle. DauT just sees a castle at 80+%. He's like, no. This isn't how I roll. This is ethically against what I do. And just stops it. No, the castle's in. And like I said, conscription, absolutely critical for DauT to pick up. Coiled Serpent Array would be another very nice boost as well. And indeed, there's Coiled Serpent Array coming in. No stone left. Has there even any left to mine on the map? Nope. All stone has been mined out at this point. Andy's got 4 relics. He also has guilds. DauT, as the shoe, has guilds, has access to guilds, but he doesn't have the upgrade researched yet. And also note that Andy never made a switch into Hussars. There's conscription finally coming in. Coiled Serpent Array is like an aura effect for your white Feather Guards and Halbs that give them more HP the more of them there are together. It's basically like the anti-Manaspa that get more attack when they're together. But here we are, guys. Finally. The raids are starting, but, I mean, look at all this food income. The farms are getting eviscerated by DauT. And on the other hand, this is also happening, so both players dealing heavy blows to the other. Georgians, though, so good at stalling. I mean, just look at this nonsense, man. You get the fortified churches down, you garrison them when you remember that you need to garrison them, and it will just slow DauT down so much. He only has 4 traction trebs that are any good at taking down buildings. The Halbs don't even get iron casting, remember. What is this map? This map is called Veldshans. This is my first time casting a game on it. We are here now in the finals of the Specialist Cup Stronghold Edition, so it is all closed maps all the way down, as we have passed the 1 hour mark in this game number 1. Yeah, DauT losing a huge amount of eco, and it was always so precarious for him, right? It was as soon as Andy found a way to punch through, then DauT would really struggle, and now it just feels like it's a matter of time before DauT gets the rest of his army cleaned up. He has no reinforcements here, and that is likely going to be all she wrote here for the DauTster in game number 1. And Bombay Gypsy gifting the sub to Spoogan. Thank you so much, Bombay Gypsy. Thank you, and welcome to the Wolf Pack. Enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, a wolf, and friends. Andy nearly... well, again, I really don't like to throw around the word throw, so to say, because I feel like it often makes Age of Empires seem easier than it actually is. And it also kind of takes credit away from somebody playing well. I think Andy didn't do a very good job of recognizing his win condition. Now, because he was in such a good spot and had a very tough civ to get rid of in the Georgians, he had the time to find the win condition, and, you know, it's like we're saying, come on, Andy, raid! DauT can't do anything about it. Like, it's not that easy when DauT is pushing down your throat in the front, because that is the correct play from DauT. And now DauT, down to 115 pop. Andy, with all of the units here evicted, he can get his eco back up and running. He can probably just send some of these bills back over here and start farming again. And now even more towers coming in. Jeez, spawn towers are so stupid, man. I mean, I think onagers were very good. I just think that Andy didn't really use them in the way that he needed to there. Yeah, no, I mean, like, this is just a good game of Age of Empires. Oh, no. Oh, such a stupid building, man. All right, and Andy will take game number 1, guys. Skirms, Manaspas, and Monks. DauT, 24 traction trebs made. Just not quite able to push through there. No real middle map control in early Imperial Age gave Andy access to so many more resources. Look at this, guys. 10,000 more gold, 3,000 more stone for Andy. That is absolutely a difference maker. And that or I guess late Castle Age, early Imperial Age map control is what yielded these 4 relics to 0. And yet it was still that close. Like, DauT played very well, and we are hopefully off to a very good 7-game series. It could also be a very one-sided, boring 4-game series, but, you know. We think positively around these parts. Also, when's the last time I had 200 people watching the stream? Thank you so much, everybody. Hope you're all having a lovely day. You not quite so much. I try to be positive. It's tough, though. All right, let me get these drafts set up for you. I was not anticipating a DauT tournament match to be so punctual. No, every civ has murder holes. Between games? Sure, why not? All right, that was the Georgians winning over the Shu, so a little bit more draft priority there used for Andy anyway. And let me get the rest of the maps here. Woot. Oh, I was 1 pixel off of eyeballing it so that it was perfectly centered. Oh, wait, no, it was actually an odd number, so I eyeballed it and it was perfectly centered. Only 1 map? No, I mean, we have, it's 7 different maps. Why are there so many boating maps? 1, 2, 3, 4? So much boating. They have a community division? Ah, well, good luck there, Nerfox. Was Zeval? Yes. Clearcut, Kubu, Zong, Glade, and Todaiji were all maps that were banned. Organizer has taste. Of course you'd say that. To play too? Oh, yeah, maybe we should. Well, we already... Did the Islands version finish, or whatever they called it? Thalassocracy, did that one finish up? Yes, Andy beat DauT 4-3 in that one, actually, a while ago. So is this the last one? Yeah, Stone Please won versus DauT on the open maps. We saw Andy sweep running on the Nomad maps. And here we're finishing up with Stronghold. Great tournament, by the way, guys. Xardas is the one who was organizing it. A lot of these organizers in the AoE community kind of go unheralded for the amount of work that they put in. So, obviously, doing basically 4 tournaments simultaneously, a ton of work. So, big credit there to Xardas for making this happen. All right, Copenhagen will be next. And I do know this map, so clearly we can talk about civs. Korean's going to be very good. Dravidians, Italians, Saracens, Lithuanians, Persians they're all good. A lot of options. For the league? Ooh. Might have to think about that. All right, welcome everybody here to game number 2, and it will be on Copenhagen. You might remember this map from one of the NACs, I think. Isn't this the one where Yo lost his king super early? Whoa, 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 whoa. Double dock from DauT. Oh, check this out. Oh, Andy as well. Okay, these guys are cooking. 저요? Scheduled programming. Sounds good. Oh, this is your map, Maggie? That's a good one. Solid map. All right, so Italians versus the Koreans. This is a very interesting matchup because you look at this, you know, the map here, and you think, okay, it's a map that's both closed and has a water aspect. In fact, has 2 water aspects. Italians and Koreans are good on both sorts of maps, so that makes plenty of sense. Also, I like how the way that DauT has deleted the stone walls here means that this staircase entrance to the castle is more accessible. So, you know, no disabilities acts are being violated. Any wheelchair-bound members of DauT's empire no longer having to go the long way around to get into the castle. We really appreciate that. A wood game? You mean a good game? Because wood games are good games. Oh, is it MBL who lost the king? I know somebody lost his king. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, my concern with Italians here is that although they are very good at these timing plays, if it gets to late game, Italians are going to struggle really hard. No siege ram and no even siege engineer bombard cannons means that pushing through Korean towers and defenses is going to be something of a nightmare. Korean rocket carts are extremely good. Koreans themselves have bombard cannons, and you have just all of those discounted trash units. Was it both? That's a step staircase. How's it accessible? Yeah, but they didn't have ramps in the Middle Ages. What, do you think a right triangle is something that they could have invented in the Middle Ages? Yo, to a castle? Ah, okay. Anyway, 5-4 fishing ships, so that's at least still pretty competitive. And it will be galleys immediately on the way for Andy, and just one fire galley for DauT. There we go, more. Running into the castle. This is where I'd like to point out that this is a fixed spawn map, and therefore this castle is in this exact spot every single game. Just throwing that out. Hungame! Oh dear! The deer block! Yeah, the king is totally safe. Come on. Marage. Unga. This is how I practice my Korean, guys. Piggy. Nilly saves Andy once again. Anyway, ships out here on the side. There's going to be galleys and fire ships. Oh yeah, but as I was saying, so many things to talk about here. Believe it or not, even on closed maps, there is a lot to talk about, and you don't necessarily need Empire Wars because there's nothing to talk about in early game. But in the context of this map, I really think that the timing stuff is what Koreans struggle with the most. Because where Koreans are really good is if they are in the same age as their opponent. That's where their defenses really shine. Feudal Age towers are really bad at defending against Castle Age units, for the most part. Imperial Age towers, or Castle Age towers are really bad at defending against Imperial Age units, etc., etc. Koreans are very vulnerable to monks until they can get a big eco going. So Italians, as one of those civs that can really leverage strong age-ups with good monks and the cheap age-up, good archers as well, gunpowder, etc., etc., it really feels like you have a really strong timing where you can make something happen as Italians, but you kind of need to make something happen because you will likely get pulverized by Koreans in the late game. Where are DauT's galleys? They're right over here. But this is the thing. You can garrison those fishing ships in the docks, and Andy is none the worse for wear. Am I not everyone then, Pity where is? It feels Ornlu, man. But yeah, things are going well today. Alright. Hulk is down. That will open things up a little bit for the fire ships. And fishing ships are still being idled for Andy. Remember that DauTs are working behind all of this. That's it. It's only 4 fishing ships. It's not like it's that big of an... Well, I mean, look at the resources, guys. This is the very real advantage to throwing off your opponent's eco. DauT is ahead by around 300 resources. In fact, exactly 300 resources right there. Was 5 units long? The math behind it? Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that you could figure out intuitively without understanding the actual mathematic mechanics behind something. Believe it or not, humans are collectively quite smart. We're just individually really dumb. It's why we have a big social structure. Percentage? DauT is up like 10%. I think it depends on the time frame. Also, it doesn't really display very well. It looks like it is mostly fire ships at this point, but as I'm sure you guys know at this stage, the meta these days is much more focused on fire ship plus galley. It ensures that you have all your ships attacking at once. Have I ever made a map? You're thinking of T-West, not me. I don't know anything about map scripting. I know AoE game mechanics and history and stuff. I literally know nothing about making maps. Can DauT survive to the castle age? Quite possibly. The danger is that fireships kill docks super fast. I actually think it's way too fast, but regardless. Oh, that was, can we say, a masterful bait there? So many fireships taking so much damage. DauT was doing fine, but now... Well, I was going to say that you can sort of poke around with the fireships, and it's very difficult to force an engagement. That said, the fight happened, DauT wasn't paying attention, and now this is kind of happening as those fireships just torch the docks so fast. DauT will be adding in a dock over here to the east. And this is going to be very, very difficult. Yeah, the issue is that because you can garrison fishing ships inside docks, you can't really go for a big counterattack with the smaller navy to try and get use out of it. And because docks die so fast to fire ships anyway, it really means that it's just more imperative than ever to win water early on. So Castle Age is going to be in, but DauT's going to need to invest into some more docks if he wants to try and reclaim water, and that's going to be very difficult. Nevertheless, DauT is... actually, he sold his stone, so he can't add an extra TC yet. He's building a monastery over here. Remember, there are 3 relics hanging out on the shallows. And that dock is continuing to go down. Looks like DauT can buy some stone. And Andy will be much slower up to the castle age, but with the very obvious advantage of a fish boom behind this. You can see Andy back to the eco lead. Around 300 resources collected ahead. Now, granted, these fireships aren't going to do a whole lot in this game after this point, and that's going to heavily inflate Andy's score. DauT has a Vil over here, and DauT Scout will find her and get the kill. Oh, I seem to remember this map used to have relics over here and over here. Oh, I think this map used to have a bunch of relics. Now it has 5. So 3 over here, and then 2 kind of in the middle of the map. I wonder if DauT is looking for the relics that used to be over here, but are not here on this version of the map. No idea what this monk is doing, actually. Oh, no, okay, he's just going over there for the middle. Anyway, villagers have been evacuated from this wood line. DauT is at least on the 2 town centers, so he's going to be able to catch back up in villagers. Eco upgrades a little bit better for Andy as he has horse collar. T90, it was a Nilly tournament map originally. Now it's a bit less strong. Yeah, they kind of made the numbers all a lot closer to each other with the ships. Anyway, they call him Stonewall DauT. That was his Confederate general name, as he is now walling up here on this side of the map. Like I said, my concern here for DauT is that this isn't a situation that you want to go late, especially as Andy has already been off to a very strong start in this game. He's got his 10 fishing ship lead. This is a thing that's happening, though. Yeah, exactly. Yo and MBL love this map. And hello, Ginugapog? Ginugagap. Yes. Very classic moments here. That's it. DauT will be able to pick up 5 relics, and that is not insignificant in bringing his economy back. Lord DauT to be blasphemy. Every culture on Earth, whether they know it or not, is actually a practitioner of the DauT faith. You know, different names and numbers of gods don't really matter when it's really DauT that's being worshipped in the end. Fast Castle Longswords is Malians. Yeah. Blackwood Archers, I think, could use a fire rate decrease before Elite. It's a lot easier to counter them in Imperial Age when you can just create up a wall of skirmishers or siege weapons. Anyway, like I said, we're going to be on 5 relics here. Dang. Last one. Oh, here it is. Yeah, 5 relics for DauT. That's going to really help him come back in terms of economy. He's already ahead by 7 vills. He's getting Bowsaw at least. The Andy Syntaxon line. Exactly. May that not trigger the countdown? We do not play with standard victory. All right, you got to be careful, though. Fishing line's just now coming in for DauT. Andy already has gill nets, I think. I think I saw that. Yes, he does, so good hit on him there. Koreans do love their seafood. I've been to the Busan fish market in South Korea, and let me tell you, they love their fresh seafood. This is going to be an issue, though, for DauT. Scotty doesn't know. And this feels like the most obvious thing ever. Andy going to try and build a tower. That's not going to work. How fresh? So the way that they served me the seafood at the restaurant next to the fish market was the fish, well, the sea critters were all alive. They boiled them in front of you, and then you ate them when they stopped moving. And if you think that I have the stomach to eat something like that, you'd be wrong. I got sick and went to Burger King a couple hours later. I love Busan. Busan is a great city. The fish market, not for me. Oh boy, we have the second turtle ship going to be on the way, guys. I still think that a turtle ship, whenever they come out, should make the Korean jingle from AOC. Anyway, this is not really what DauT's looking for, because remember, all 5 relics are right here anyway. Oh, the bunker! Yeah, I mean, in general, I do like seafood. It's just that was a bit much. All right, you have to be really careful, though. Remember, ships do have base conversion resistance. Also, why is the dock doing so much damage to a freaking turtle ship, man? Now, if you're wondering who wins between Genoese crossbowmen and war wagons, it's a kind of an awkward matchup because both units are, in theory, good against the other. Remember, though, that the war wagons have negative cav archer armor, whereas you don't actually get anti-cav archer bonus damage. You get anti-cav bonus damage, but that is still an important distinction because it means that Genbos don't double dip into their bonus damage. I know AoE can be confusing like that, so I try to explain some of the weirder interactions as best I can, but yeah, that's basically how it works. Moral of the story, Genoese crossbowmen are much cheaper and they are efficient in terms of cost, but definitely not in terms of population. Well, I mean, the meme is that score is water, but that's actually pretty true here. Yeah, this is all sorts of not happening. Guys, what's more likely to happen? This castle going up, or me being invited to cast the next LAN event? As a cav unit? Yes, they do. Well, actually, yeah, never mind. That was very bad war wagon control. Very bad war wagon control. Oh, God. Guys, I'm dunzos. My career as a caster is over. So over. Honestly, great play from DauT. I know we love to meme on DauT all the time, but that was very, very well done. Did lose his fishing ships, though. That's not so great. I will cast at the LAN. I would love to, guys. I said it's some of the most fun I've ever had doing this gig for 8.5 years now. But yes, Genoese crossbowmen are obviously cheaper and faster to train, so that's easier to get them out than the war wagons. Also, does anyone else like the old turtle ships more? I felt like they had more oomph in them. Anything with the horse? Genbos are awesome, man. The Italian Civ design is saved by the fact that Genbos and Condos are 2 of the cooler unique units in the game. Yeah, DauT's ferrying the relics to a safer location. Ooh, look at this. Guys, are we in Morocco? Are we gonna go around the wall? Oh, it's my stream. I can make jokes like that. I'm allowed to make those jokes here. Oh, man. Fire ships are out. They're going to be going right after those turtle ships. But now the towers are in. Those 3 relics are still here as well. And this is definitely pretty awkward here for DauT. A little bit of a quick gate there from Andy. The Genbos are here, though. They have ballistics. Remember, you get that extra armor for free as the Italians. So they're actually fairly tanky. They actually have 45 HP. It's one of the less appreciated aspects of Genoese crossbowmen, is they actually have 10 more HP in the Castle Age than a crossbowman. All right. Another TC attempted here for DauT. You look at the res collected, DauT is in a good spot. And the Vills will punch down the guard tower relatively quickly. No murder holes is in, although I don't know why you're just standing there, just eating the damage, but I guess you snipe the Vills, so whatever. Whatever. But DauT needs to win this game, and he needs to win it relatively soon. He's hit Imp. He's getting relevant upgrades. He can start Treb production in just a moment. But skirmishers are on the way for Andy. It's going to be an extremely cost-efficient unit here for our orange player as the game goes on. Rocket carts are going to be a nightmare to deal with, especially in conjunction with towers for Koreans. So Andy, he's going to be very good in the late game. DauT has the eco, he has the timing, he's got a decent number of Genoese crossbowmen, but he needs to make something happen with it. Well, I wouldn't recommend using Genoese crossbowmen against town centers, but, you know, that's just me. Another castle here for Andy. And by Andy, I mean DauT. I know my players. Each workshop coming in. Of course, cheap bombard cannons, a great pushing tool here for the Italians. Did DauT ever pick up Thumb Ring? No, he did not. Handcart just now coming in here for Andy. And then really, this is it. This is the big tipping point of the game. Trebuchet is in. Actually, the placement's a little bit awkward, and the Trebuchet is going to be somewhat delayed at attacking the castle, but whatever. DauT still has 5 relics. His income is very good. His Genoese crossbowmen are 1 thumb ring away from full upgrades. Well, thumb ring plus elite, but elite Genoese crossbowman is one of the least consequential elite upgrades in the game. It's just a couple extra bonus damage and 5 more HP. Condo time? Not really. It's all about the siege units at the moment, because the main strength of Andy, for at least a while until his skirmisher numbers start to become very good, it is all about those defensive structures. DauT's bombard cannon here is going to try and snipe the Trebuchet as best it can. Of course, Andy is going to try and deny that. That's also going to switch into some Hussars. Of course, that is a big strength of the Italians in this situation, is that you have the fully upgraded Hussars. Korean Hussars are very sad. And that is a castle down. DauT trying to tie up this series and hand Andy, I believe, his first loss in this tournament. Rebs are still alive. Castle is getting fairly low. The skirms are out. Those free armor upgrades for Koreans are insane. 1 bombard cannon has been taken down. And hello, the Dido. Thank you for the raid. Trebuchet is down there. No Upsong in, though. And Upsong absolutely critical because it means you outrange the bombard cannons. And there goes down DauT's castle. A phrase I have never once said in my life. I'm still hanging in, so are the bombard cannons. This is all that's keeping Andy in the game right now, basically, as his army is still of significantly worse quality. Skirms are here, though. They are fully upgraded. Trebs are going down, though. That's going to be a big issue, as the cheap bombard cannon's a really nice tool there for the Italians, as I mentioned. Yet those towers do so much damage. Hussar plate barding armor coming in here as well. Out! Oh, jeez. Just because your bombard cannons are cheap doesn't mean you want to throw those away. Yeah, no Upsong in yet. You do still have a castle, but Andy honestly just needs to get the upgrade. Wait, Andy's king refuge? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, the king has to skedaddle back. Where'd it go? Oh, here's the fat man. Hold on. DauT. 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 You know how I said earlier that I don't usually like to throw around the word throw? That was a throw. You want a good example of a throw? That's a throw. Andy not recognizing his win condition until later on in the first game. That's not a throw. This is a throw. There's nothing else to even look at. What on earth was he looking at? Oh my goodness. Anyway, Trebs are going down. Was caught off guard by DauT's Hussar switch. That is genuinely a very good thing that DauT is doing. Song's now in, though, and again, that's just going to make it so tough to push. No siege rams, and the bombard cannons will get outranged by the keeps. No siege engineers means you don't even match the range of the keeps. You're just outranged by them. Still, if you can pop a keep down all at once with a bunch of bombard cannons, you can at least minimize the damage you take, but DauT seems to have misclicked on the wall segments and not the tower itself. Oh, rotate those crops, baby. Now, keep in mind, Italians, they have crop rotation. Koreans don't have crop rotation. So, if this becomes a wood game, advantage to DauT. Both civs have guilds. Oh, 18 HP on the keep. More Hussars flooding on in. There's only 2 pikemen on the field. Like I said, the tech switch was very good from DauT. It's just a matter of, you know, not throwing away your units in the process. 8 bombard cannons, 5 trebuchets. DauT not shirking on the siege exactly as he needs to. Keep in mind, the king is all by himself. Oh my goodness, I hit all the wrong buttons. Okay, here we are. Will the Hussars see the king? I mean, DauT in a very good spot right now. The pikeman switch is a little too slow. The strategic brilliance of DauT has outweighed the mechanical failures. Again, I have never said that before. All right, the king is going to be safe for the time being, but that doesn't really matter for Andy if he's still getting obliterated with his military and economy. We're looking at 50 dead villagers, trebuchets over here. The Bills are going to try and punch down the trebuchets, but the Hussars are here to put a stop to that. Yeah, the king's right there. More Hussars coming in. Now, DauT's on 50 farms. That is pretty good, but it's still not ideal Hussar spamming levels of food income. I would love to see some hand cannoneers, and DauT is starting to mix those in. Remember, Italians have some of the best hand cannoneers in the game. They're discounted, and they get the Pyrotechnica upgrade at the castle now, getting pass-through damage, and also are more accurate. Hussars continuing to raid here from DauT. The score is looking excellent for him to tie up the series. Good bombard cannon control there from Andy. No siege engineers in yet for our Koreans player. They better than the opponent. I say that all the time. Because chances are you're not playing perfectly. All right, bombard cannons finally getting stopped by those Hussars. And there we go. DauT tying up the series. And we have a match on our hands. No, DauT has been pushing. DauT's been doing his job. GG. Fun set so far. Thank you to everyone who is joining us today. Andy actually had a positive KD, but DauT had the resources. 50% more food collected. 3,000 more gold. That matters. Is DauT able to make this happen? Dang, almost 300 people watching. Where the heck is this? Yeah, every other day. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you're all having a good time. All right, DauT wins his #1 home map. And that is the Italians winning over the Koreans. And we'll have to see what's next. Potentially have a lot more games to go. And by a lot, I mean 5. Up to 5. DauT, I mean, it's really important to see the up-and-coming players. Get a good look at the future. No one else is streaming. Probably the second one's more important than the first one. Anyway, guys, I'm going to get some more coffee. I'll be right back. Good series so far, though, for sure. Festa de Pólvora is next. All right. I'm sorry I have caused you to miss the first minute of this game. I would like to express my deepest apologies and condolences. I'm gonna get my 6-figure historian job? I don't know about that. All right, it is gonna be Festa de Pólvora with a couple of Raja's civs. Of course, this recently made an appearance at the Brazil LAN. Winning the last game, tying things up, will be DauT in the blue as the Khmer to the northeast, and to the southwest in the orange as the Vietnamese, it will be FreakinAndy. Obviously, two very good all-around land map civs on a relatively open, closed map, so to say. Yeah, of course, Xardas. Thank you for hosting it. Like I said earlier, this is a lot of work for you, so hopefully you are quite happy. You accept that apology? Once again, I disappoint the AoE community. Yep. Now, as to which civ I favor between Vietnamese and Khmer, I mean, they're both such good all-around civs, it's kind of hard to argue one way or the other. I do feel like Vietnamese having access to bombard cannons is going to be really important for taking middle control here. I think that's going to be super relevant. That said, the Khmer eco, the fact that you can't wall the map completely to open up 2 Hussar raids in the late game, going to be really, really helpful there for DauT. So it's going to be all about how they can leverage their civs to their advantage, and of course, if anyone is going to be going very aggressive here. Vietnamese Fire Lancers? You see, I don't really like Fire Lancers. So what I do is I just pretend that they don't exist because I don't like them. I feel like that has always been a tried and true method of AoE game design and competitive gameplay. So, yeah, I think that's pretty fair. And wait, nothing really to talk about so far. They're just hanging out. DauT's on his way up on 22 pop. This is either an extremely fast castle time that DauT has figured out in terms of a build order, or it is possibly just dumping off... Okay, I was going to say dumping off 2 archery ranges, but no, that doesn't make sense based off of his wood income. Did I deal with taxes? There you go. This looks like it's going to be for a very good fast castle time. That would not have 1 villager on wood if he was doing anything aggressive. Eric's going to be coming in here from Andy. He still has more vills queued up, interestingly. Hmm. 27 pop up by the looks of things. That's a little slow if you're going light cav. Especially with the extra javelina you have on this map, because on this map, guys, in case you don't remember from the Brazil Dynasty event, you actually have 3 javelinas instead of 2 boars. So 3 javelinas actually makes 900 food, whereas 2 boars is 680 food. Or I guess it's 800 food with 2 rhinos or whatever. Scorpion Chimera? I have no idea. Now it can take this game in any number of directions. He can boom, he can just play drop a stable, go for some light cav, and then add eco behind it. He can go for a stable and go aggressive. He can go double siege workshop and go all in. Based off of the 1 villager on gold and 2 villagers on food, though, I think DauT's just interested in a very good fast castle boom strategy. At least that's what it looks like. Andy, meanwhile, again, I'm pretty curious as to what he's doing, because 27 pop is definitely a little slow if you're just opening scouts. Also, opening scouts on this map is kind of weird, because, like, what are you going to do? The relics are not all in the middle. There's 3 in the middle, 2 on the side. We'll have to see. Just now... pushing in the Reyes to the mill. And we're just waiting to see exactly what Andy has in store. Horse collar now coming in here for DauT. And Andy does need to be a little bit careful because he doesn't know DauT's eco distribution. He doesn't know that he's going to be playing very boomy. Market Blacksmith. So maybe Andy was initially planning on opening something like scouts or even fire lancers and some siege weapons and going aggressive, but maybe the reaction is going to be something more passive. That's going to have a big advantage in booming. Extra TC coming in, Bowsaw as well. Likely won't be too far off from TC number 3. To shoot the barrel. It depends on what you're doing, because if you go for like fire lancers plus siege, then the siege shoots the barrels. If he's going for light calves, he was mostly just interested in taking relics, but like I said, I'm not sure if this was Andy's plan originally, because this is not an optimized build. Actually, I don't even know if this is an optimized build from DauT. I mean, he's up so fast, he doesn't have the wood for a 3rd TC. Andy with 4 vills on gold as well. Getting 1 spearman out. Still think he's going to be focused mostly on booming. Monastery for now. Okay, so very fast castle time. He's not going completely greedy with the booming, though. More vills going this way, so we could easily see like a TC up over there. You can see like another TC over there. 1 TC in each Mickey Mouse ear. Or Geodude fist. Or each hydrogen atom on the water molecule, whatever Rorschach test blob you think that the bases look like. All right, there's TC number 3 for DauT. Bosaw immediately for Andy. There is 1 extra TC, and there's the Siege Workshop and a second barracks. Okay, so it is Fire Lancers and Siege. Not an all-in build by any stretch, but he does want to go aggressive. He doesn't want to just let the Khmer player sit back and boom, which is certainly something you can appreciate. Looks like DauT did get the conversion there onto the Spearman. DauT's going to need to be careful. No dice there on the Monk. It's going to be a Ram, actually, so he's just going to be going right for the TC with those Fire Lancers. Going to see if maybe he can get the Scout, but no. Not many villagers were building that town center, by the way, so it's a little on the slow side. Wheelbarrow coming in as well. Of course, I always love it when those Vietnamese players go ahead and get their upgrades quickly. Eco upgrades, that is. Wait, why was Andy so slow to feudal when DauT was already castle? It's just the Khmer build. DauT went 22 plus 0, which is not something any other civ can do. Like, Khmer get the fastest fast castle times. Except maybe Malay. But Khmer can do it in a much more economic way than Malay can. Alright, Siege Workshop coming in. There is a Mangonel behind this. Andy is looking to make something happen. Up. Well, that wasn't the best. Remember, the barrels have 60 HP. And they same as a halberdier, and 8 pierce armor, which is the same as a fully upgraded elite skirmisher, or a fully upgraded elite eagle warrior, whichever one you feel like. No melee armor, though. Click up? Yeah. That's true. Anyway, Andy now with 4 eco unit kills. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Elite Gulam, sure. If that's what you want, go for it. Uh-oh. DauT is not at all prepared for this. He thought this game was going to be super passive. Yes, Khmer get redemption. No atonement. But that is literally not going to matter right now because that TC is going down, and it is going down fast. DauT can't evacuate his villas easily with the scout there. He doesn't have a loom! He doesn't have any gold! Oh, no. Oh, no, chat. Oh, he's got the relic! The relic can get him to the 50 gold. Oh, dear. 7 villagers down now for DauT. He's still 7 ahead of Andy, but obviously his eco is a mess. 8 Fire Lancers, 2 Rams, and a Mangonel. This is not an insignificant army. All those houses are going to be destroyed, which is annoying for DauT. And now DauT's going to come in with 2 archery ranges, which doesn't feel very exciting. Oh, man, Andy absolutely catching DauT off guard here. DauT did not see the forward barracks and Siege Workshop. And obviously, you are only protected by palisade walls. You can't have too much of a sense of security. Blacksmith coming in over there. Now, a 1 for 0 here for DauT would be a big win, and there you go. So that is certainly step 1 on the 10-point plan for DauT not dying in the next few minutes. It's laid out by the United Nations. Very important 10-point plan. Now, DauT's going to go Cav Archers because that's what DauT does, and that's also what the meta does, so that checks out. Andy adds in TC number 3. Again, obviously much more aggressive build than what DauT is doing, but it's not like there's no eco at all behind this for FreakinAndy. He's only 6 villagers behind, and he has quite solid eco upgrades. 10-point plan? Yeah, but neither of these players are American, so it doesn't matter. Not going to get lucky again with a second free Mangonel kill there. Rams are showing up to the party. And Andy will have a TC advantage in the near future. And remember, no gold income. The only gold income was over here for DauT, and obviously that TC became not in this game very quickly. A siege tower, too. Interesting. Stable now for DauT. Bodkin coming in, but he's having to use the market to get any cav archers whatsoever, which obviously is not super great. Oh, that Vil also picked the wrong space to chop wood. Good mangonel control thus far for DauT, though. Forging now coming in here for the Fire Lancers. Bodkin, Bloodlines, both on the way right now for the Cav Archers. The Fire Lancers are there. The Ram is going to go down, but right now, Andy doesn't care. He's just waddling in with his Fire Lancers, and they are killing all those Cav Archers. DauT, again, 0 gold income right now. It is looking super rough for him, as this push is doing so much damage here from FreakinAndy. He's almost caught up in villagers at this point. DauT's eco is an idle mess. And things are not looking so good here for the Lord. He's going to try and maybe switch some vills over to gold in the north, but that's still going to be a very slow process if that is something he's attempting to do. This is a thing that's happening with the Fire Lancers. Who doesn't love that nonsense? Chainmail armor is even coming in, so decent pierce armor as well on those guys. Still, another mangonel does go down there. The numbers aren't too bad for DauT right now. I mean, they're not good, but the populations don't scream, this game is literally over. Which, again, is something. Saves the siege tower, which is cute. Still no gold income, though. That wood price is getting actually very low very quickly. We're only looking at 48 gold. 2 HP there that Andy's just trying to debate DauT with. Oh, you don't want to be doing that. Vil going to be coming back over. Going to get some critical repairs in on these siege weapons. Prize money on this one? I don't know. Do I look like a guy who knows literally anything about the tournaments he casts? I just show up and do things. $350. Technically, it's only $50 on the line here. It's mostly a for fun tournament, but honestly, you still get some very good games. Five Vil lead, though, for Andy. 15 villagers killed and a lot less idle TC time. Or technically, he's got a lot more idle TC time, but what I mean is he's got less idle villager time, which is the more relevant thing right now, is he's 2,000 res ahead because DauT's eco graph looks like this. Knows anything but fun. Oh, that's good. It hurts, but it's good. All right, Castle coming in here from Andy. He is looking to be in a fantastic spot to take this game number 3. All right, here we go. Can DauT prevent this castle from happening? I don't think so, but, you know, he's going to give it the old college try. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Fire Lancers are out over here, going to kill some more Vil. The Cav Archers are going to focus down the villagers. That could at least delay the castle. My concern, though, is that everything else for DauT is dying in the process. Villagers cursing inside the siege tower. It's the siege tower, guys. Still only 4 Vils over here. Yeah. Admirable attempt from DauT, but this ain't happening. Castle's gonna be in here. Andy has all the cards in this game. All the cards. Castle's in. Yeah, Andy lost some Vils here, but the thing is, it's not really a DauT castle if you're killing villagers while you're also building the castle. You know what I mean? Like, Andy's still way ahead in eco because of this, and he gets the castle down. He's even going to build another castle, because why not? Hit Fire Lancers. I wish they cost food and gold like every other infantry unit. I get that their whole gimmick is that they cost wood and gold, but the advantage of range units is supposed to be that they don't cost food, but they also require a lot of upgrades to be effective. Melee units have, in general, much higher stats than range units, so they don't really need as many upgrades to be effective. It's just, again, how the very core AoE design has worked since Age of Kings. Range attack as well. Yeah, but, like, it's just a charge attack thing. It's not the most important aspect of the unit. The most important aspect of the unit is that you get a bunch of stats without a lot of investment. And even a third TC coming in, or castle coming in, whatever, it doesn't matter. Andy's gonna win this game. He's 6,000 resources ahead, has all the map control, has a 30 vil lead, and DauT has no army. He's got no food income. And another one, in the words of DJ Khaled. But I also firmly believe that the issue with Fire Lancers is that they were given to civs that were balanced around not having Fire Lancers. I feel like if Koreans and Vietnamese didn't have Fire Lancers, people really wouldn't complain about them that much. Because the tech trees for Jurchens and Khitans were literally designed with Fire Lancers in mind. And Chinese gained Fire Lancers but lost camels, so that was honestly kind of an even trade in the first place. Chinese also don't really have an insane buff to their Fire Lancers, it's just a little bit of movement speed. I really do think that a lot of the issue just comes from Vietnamese and Koreans getting two of the best Fire Lancer bonuses. Again, with civs who were balanced around not having Fire Lancers. Get out of my... I mean, the first castle was a get out of my game castle. We're on the fourth castle right now. Game is super over, man. DauT's trying to add TCs here to the back. The score is a disaster. Cav Archer's Cav Archer in a way. Tell DauT something? Maybe. It's pretty subtle though, so DauT might not pick up on it. $51 bills on wood, 8 on food, 0 on gold, 0 on stone is not good eco balance, guys. Maybe even getting repaired right there. I mean, this just doesn't matter at all. Guys, do you think the 5th castle is enough of a get out of my game castle? Okay, no, now Andy's gonna go guard towers because why not? The devs under... They know. It's not like I am the only one that was saying that Fire Lancers are not a very balanced or fun unit. I mean, some things I feel like I'm at odds with a lot of the AoE 2 insiders on, not Fire Lancers. Make that I have no power to make the devs do anything. I really don't. Neither does anyone in the community. In case you're wondering if this game is any less over, it is not. Ungarrisonable at some point? I guess just units don't work like that, because units don't have injured graphics. It's the 5th castle! Yay! Fire Lancer would be less scary. The issue, though, with the Fire Lancer, is, yeah, I'm like, well, why not? Why not? Just, why not? Okay, guys, do you think the 6th castle is a get out of my game castle? But yeah, the issue with Fire Lancers being countered by Swordsmen is that because Fire Lancers are a wood and gold unit that don't require any upgrades to get going, you're in the situation where the thing that counters Fire Lancers requires way more investment than the Fire Lancers themselves. It just doesn't really work very well as a counter unit. Saxons and 2P get Fire Lancers? I think that's fair. There we go. Yeah, a 17% difference in eco efficiency is a little indicative. Yeah, but DauT completely caught off guard by that push from Andy. Was not really able to defend. He had no gold income, couldn't get any sort of defense going. And Andy will be back up 2-1. Well done. We have Saxons, we will soon. That was Andy's #1 home map, so both players winning their #1 home map. Vietnamese over Khmer, similar draft priority. Greedy booms. It wasn't that greedy of a boom from DauT, because it's not like he went 3 TCs right away, but it was a very, very fine build order going up to Castle Age so quickly that Andy certainly felt compelled to do something aggressive to try and punish that, because Andy went up on 27 pop plus 2 versus DauT's 22 plus 0, so Andy felt like he had to make something happen. Portuguese and Burgundians are just two of the very best closed map civs. So the settings of the tournament mean that they're sniped. Like we used to, as in no one knows. Yeah, I mean, AoE is just so freaking complicated. They can't introduce civs with only one unique unit anymore. There just aren't enough. Like, the reason that they make the new civs have so many regional units is because it's the only way to add new stuff to the game that isn't stepping on the toes of existing civs. There just aren't enough stats or things to tweak for all of the existing units to make them interesting. East German tribe. The Saxons are basically the early Middle Ages, like pre-Holy Roman Empire and pre of Northern Germany, and the pre-1066 Britons. Do I think they necessarily needed to be in the game? No. I think they are represented by Goths just fine. But we don't have eco bonuses. Yeah, that's the issue, right? Is that there's only so many eco bonuses you can add to the game, and there's no way around that. All right, Summer's Clearing is going to be the next map. I have never seen this map before, so I can't really say what's going to be good on it or not. So we'll just have to see. We will see. One day now. Any moment. Is that because they existed all across the northern swath of Germany? The Dutch... Oh, I said Netherlands now. Neanderthals, not exactly a civ. All right, guys, so I'm going to learn this map alongside you. So you start with 3 vills. I don't know if you start with the mill. Okay, so you have very good early food income. You do have a scout cavalry. This looks really derpy with the stone gate and the city walls, but whatever. Oh, what? So, in theory, you can fish boom, but you need to chop to it? So I guess it probably won't ever matter, because the advantage of fish booming is that you add eco units before you add TCs, so if you only have access to a fish boom once you get to, like, late Castle Age, it literally doesn't matter. Hello, Felomare. That said, Andy is playing a Civ with naval aspects with the Woo, as we have... Guys, this is not a wild horse. I don't know how to tell you this, but this is a donkey. Donkeys are not horses. They are a different animal. Ah, it is a barracks rush. Fight for it in the middle? There aren't any fish here. Okay, those villas have already fled? Neither wild nor a horse. Yeah, it's clearly domesticated. It's got a bunch of baggage on it. Fish trap in the middle? Yeah, but that's usually never worth it. Alright, so DauT is going to be walling up over there, and he has pulled his villagers off of the more exposed shorefish. And so far, Andy's Drush has done nothing. That's going to be the blue Lithuanians over here. All 5 relics are in the middle of the map, so that's certainly going to be a good opportunity for Lithuanians to fight for those. Blinking LED in their bags. That is really weird, isn't it? It's, you know, to help the airplanes land. I mean, yeah, this is annoying for DauT, but it's not really the end of the world, especially because it was such a hefty investment. That said, DauT has 3 vills on gold right now, and you don't actually want 3 villagers on gold. It doesn't do anything for you. Yeah, donkeys were added to the game, I think, with the Forgotten, if I recall correctly. So yeah, this map is just kind of a bit of a weirder version of Arena. There's also some stone in the middle. When it comes to resources in your base, you got a main gold and a main stone. No secondary gold, but you have 2 big golds right outside your base. Well, donkeys, I see no evidence to the contrary. These are city walls. They have 100 pierce armor and no melee armor. It's really, really weird. They do have building armor, though. That said, swordsmen are actually very good against these. It's one of those AoE armor is complicated. So, standard building in all buildings are 2 different armor classes, as you can see. Standard buildings is the stuff that infantry gets, mostly. There's a few other things that do standard building damage. But because they have no melee armor and no standard building armor, it means infantry take these walls down very quickly. Whereas if you look at the villagers here, they get versus all buildings, which is what they do have the armor for. Whereas all buildings are basically most of the things that get bonus damage that are not infantry. Yeah, archers will deal 1 damage against it. They have 100 pierce armor. Or technically 8 plus 92, but you know what I mean. So now repair 3 to 4 melee units. The issue thing, the reason repairs have to be good, though, is because if you're out of, like, AoE 2 units are fairly slow, as a rule, compared to, like, other RTS games, and you also have your base a lot more spread out than in other RTS games. So if you're a little bit out of position and repairing is almost impossible, then you just die if you're slightly out of position, and the game becomes very unfun. Obsidian Arrows is gone? I forget. Did Obsidian Arrows give you a standard building or all buildings bonus damage? I think it was standard buildings, right? Because I don't think masonry really did anything against it, if I recall correctly. Wait, I have too much games? Their matches like have potentially 7 games. Is a lot of time. Well, I mean, for these guys, they're getting some money for it, and it's also content for them. Anyway, DauT up here on 24 pop. He still starts with extra food as Lithuanians. Like I said, this eco balance is not really what you're looking for in life, but, you know, he's fine, I think. It was standard. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because not even masonry could save you against the barrage of archers. And looks like it will be market plus stable. DauT can just buy the extra food that he needs. And looks like DauT basically going to be playing a variation of a normal FC Scouts build with Lithuanians. He has 0 vills on food, though, so, you know, don't do that. +6 versus standard African kingdoms. Fire Archer compared to... Yeah, so Fire Archers are way worse than Obsidian Arrow Archers because, 1, they're much more expensive, and 2, their fire rate is very significantly slower. In fact, they fire half as fast as Obsidian Arrow's Archers with Thumbring. Now, they do have the extra range, so it's not quite the same unit, but it's still basically a worse unit. Wiki patches? Ah, there we go. A little bit of AoE history for us. Anyway, DBA coming in. Actually, that's the gold mining upgrade. Not something we see very often, but I guess Andy isn't farming yet, so he doesn't need Horse Collar. Yeah, Obsidian was absolutely busted. Because remember, it's not that Fire Archers are already more expensive than regular Archers and have to be made from a castle. It's that Mayans have the discounted Archers on top of it. So it's so easy to just spam them like crazy. Anyway, Scoot's scooting around, researching scootage. Remember that tech, guys? That was the best tech ever in the game. Getting, what, 5 gold a military unit or something stupid like that? Alright, Monastery coming in here for DauT. Remember, all 5 relics are in the middle of the map. Lithuanians are very much going to want to collect those as much as they can. And behind this, Andy himself is just going scouts as well. He's now in Castle Age, and this game, despite kind of the weird start, is still panning out like a more or less normal arena game. And it's still going to be on the Lithuanian player to secure as many relics as possible to give them the big army advantage in the late game that they're looking for. Spearman hanging around. Obviously, DauT doesn't want to fight that. And Andy's actually going to have the forward monastery. Now, this is going to have the advantage of you can start getting the relics very quickly, but it also means that you're very exposed. And, you know, if DauT takes map control and the relics are in the monastery, you just lose them all anyway. History of AoE 2? That would be fun. I don't think anything would beat Hunting Dogs. Hunting Dogs was such a stupid tech. Right. There is a monk out. What was that? That was a tech in the original Forgotten. That's going to be a converted light cav, unless I'm much mistaken. Nope. DauT has the Lord's blessing on his side. Yep, it was a tech that was originally in the mod version of the Forgotten that was a gather rate increase for hunters. Got it at the mill. It was so busted that you just got it every single game as quickly as possible. Magyars also had it as their eco bonus, where they got Hunting Dogs for free. Oh yeah, I've also been wanting to do another History of the Civs video. I haven't done the Forgotten yet when it comes to history of this. Not the donkey! That's a wild horse! Oh, what a jerk. Gonna convert the Spearman there. And it is Scout Cav versus Light Cav. And he's getting a little unlucky, guys. Monk's still alive for DauT, and like I said, it's all about Lithuanians picking up relics here. There's a second monastery from Andy. You do have good monks in the Castle Age as the Wu. You miss block printing and Imperial Age as well as Heresy, but other than that, you do have everything. Is that... What? Chat, help me out. No! Oh, no! That poor guy's gonna get converted so badly. Well, compete with Lithuanian. Well, what Andy wants to do is deny DauT from collecting relics. Yeah, this happens occasionally. Oh, and then he's forced to kill himself. An Age of Mythology? Yeah, that's where they got it originally. The Sacred Mountain version? Go on and off their mounts? Oh, tragic. Alright, DauT gonna start to come in with more relics. This will be 3 in total. As I always say, 2 is usually the breakpoint with Lithuanians, where so long as you get 2 relics, you're very, very good. Or at least you're competitive. Anything more than 2 relics is, your units become pretty silly. Now, DauT is only just now adding in TCs 2 and 3. This has been a very aggressive mid-game for him. Poke. 1 successful light cav conversion there. DauT only getting the light cav tech, but it really does matter. And there's TC number 3 for Andy, really trying to play that map control style. Also, I imagine Wu don't really want to play late game versus Lithuanians, so I imagine that part of the reason Andy's taking this very aggressive approach is to make sure that he has map control and he's not stuck playing late game here. Domination? Well, it depends on how you look at it, because on the one hand, yeah, DauT is doing very well, and DauT has gotten his Magic 4 relics. On the other hand, Andy's investing a lot less into the middle, and I feel like that's actually something a lot of people don't really respect with Arena, is that this level of middle investment is a lot of resources. DauT is really slowing down his boom because of this. That said, because Andy's building up in the middle of the map here, he can't actually afford to not fight for middle, so it's a little bit weird. But if you're playing Arena and your opponent invests into like 8 light cav and 5 monks, and you invest just into a few scout cavalry and monks, then it's actually something of a win for you. You can see DauT's eco is not actually very efficient at all, but Andy's also not doing a great job because, again, his villagers are stuck here in the frickin' middle of the map. No time. It actually takes a while to catch up if his opponent had a good eco balance. If these TCs were at home, then Andy would actually be in a way better spot economically. So that's really something that would normally be an issue that isn't because of the way that Andy has built up his eco and really trying to establish control here in the middle of the map. That said, DauT is going to lose his monks. I mean, DauT's even ahead on resources right now, which he has absolutely no right to be. And now DauT's also going to have the 4 relics to 1 on top of it. Yeah, remember, you need... Having TCs doesn't really matter if you don't have the vills to support it. I mean, you get a little bit of a boost with Lithuanians because you get the extra 100 food with each TC, so you can get 2 free villagers, essentially, but yeah. Anyway, DauT's going to come in and drop the castle, and this is going to be really rough for Andy. Also, if we get the 2 Free Kingdom civs losing games in this series, I will be happy. Do you know that with Wu, you have to go Owl in? Woo, woo, woo. I gotcha. All right, castle drop time. I thought he would just drop it over there. I guess he's really trying to drop the TC. So it's you get a 100 wood, or sorry, 100 food per town center, and you start with a town center. Or you build one immediately if it's a nomad start. So you essentially start with 100 food, but you also get 100 extra food with every additional town center. Oh my god. You have got to be kidding me. Okay, DauT's gonna punch out anyway. That's not Age of Empires right now, man. That's not AoE 2. There you go. There you go. Go get him, DauT. Castle coming in, though, here from Andy. And at the very least, all of his chicanery bought a lot of time, and that was the necessary time for him to get to enough stone for a castle. But now he's got no army. So, yeah, that's pretty rough. Love that still. I can praise quick walling for being very good from Andy, but I don't love it as a part of Age of Empires. Anyway, more bills going down here. DauT absolutely dominating this game. Siege Workshop coming in there. Andy, I mean, he just doesn't have anything. Mid-diff? What does that even mean? Another monk going down. Castle's in. DauT's got his 17 attack now for his Leichai. What words are you saying? I don't understand you. Guys, this is like when I was at Lollapalooza the other day, and I'm with all of these, you know, these teenage girls or girls in their young 20s, and I just feel so old and out of it, man. Ohio rice. Ohio doesn't grow rice. Just so check. Yeah, I mean, I've never really been a big fan of the quick walling stuff, but brain rotted by TikTok videos. I mean, it was a lot of girls who thought they were very hot trying to do Instagram stuff. Middle lane, diff, one player is just way better. Oh, is that like a MOBA thing? Is that what it is? Going to Lollapalooza? But I do strike you as someone who would go see Jenny. And that's exactly what I did. I literally just went there to see Jenny. I Wololo at them? I did not. My hot Instagram stuff? That's only for the Ornlu fans. Anyway, DauT's on his way up to Imp. This game is super over. Who is Jenny? Cries. Lollapalooza? It's a huge music festival. My pocket is awful. Oh my goodness. Guys, this game is super over. You need to stop leaking the how do you do fellow kids energy. I know, I know. I can't change who I am though. 2 weeks ago? Actually, it was just the other day. It was Saturday. Look at this glorious DauT castle. Don't know your... I mean, Lollapalooza is literally one of the biggest music festivals in the world. Like, I know there's a huge music festival in Roskilde, even though I'm not Norwegian. Why not create some petards? If you are DauT, you want to create trebuchets because it's going to be more... Oh, is it Denmark? I'm sorry. I just scandied that super hard. Yeah, Glastonbury is another huge one. Lollapalooza in that order of size? Yeah, I think that checks out. But yeah, Andy has to make petards because he's in Castle Age. But like I said, the game is so over that it literally doesn't matter. There we go. DauT ties us up as we are now 2 apiece in the grand finals here for Specialist Cup Stronghold. Pretty janky game, but honestly, I think that Andy just had the complete wrong approach. Maybe instead of fighting so hard for the middle, he should have appreciated that his food income was better than DauT's. Remember, because Andy was able to gather from all the shorefish over here. And DauT had to go onto gold very early on. So that means that if Andy went for just extra TCs at home, his eco would be very good. He could try and fight a little bit for middle control, but chances are you're going to win the game before the +4 relics come in anyway, and if like you ever get to the point when DauT has a bunch of late shy with anyway, you lose no matter what, so kind of doesn't even matter at that point. You're probably going to win by swamping with halbs and fire archers in early Imperial Age regardless. Obviously, great KD there from DauT. 7-4 conversions. Actually, it's not even that many. 17 monks for, what was it, 4 conversions? Yeah, that's not very good, in case you didn't know. I am here to enlighten you with my AoE wisdom built up over the decades. Such as it is. Anyway, DauT gonna win with Lithuanians over the Wu, and that is Summer's Clearing going to DauT, so thus far, everybody has won their home maps. You have Bosmo, Forest Pond, and I rate this as Turtle Beach, like the old headsets. I don't think they're Turtle Beach headsets, guys. Yeah, Forest Pond is a classic map. It says here on the spec dashboard that they're still in game from the last one, so I'm worried that AoE 2 Rex is offline. Panic! Sandy Pete? No. It annoys me how much people idolize him. I mean, I respect all the work he did for AoE 2, but not somebody who I would normally want to associate myself with. All right, Oni out. Let me see if I can find this. Sandy Peterson was one of the original developers of Age of Empires that makes up stuff about what he did and overemphasizes some aspects, and usually it's his own contribution. It is definitely, I mean, he's, you know. Expose debunk videos? Yeah, that would certainly bring in the views. Third final in a row. Well, DauT did just tie it up at 2 apiece. We'll have to see what the next map is. But again, thank you so much to everyone who's watching. This is like my best stream in months and months and months. Still haven't selected a map yet. No Treasure Beach yet. Monks and monks and monks. Nah, that wasn't even a real monk game. Not even a real true monk game. If I see less than 100 monks made, it's not a real clown game. Still on Summer's Clearing. Top 5 clown list, as in clown civs. This is the last stream. I wish! Still no job interviews. Nada. Oh. These days, in terms of, like, peak clowning, Andy and Ganji are probably up there for people who, like, clown the most. That are also still very good players. Aztecs are the best? One of the best. There's still situations where one civ is going to be better than others, but Aztecs, Teuton, Spanish, Burmese, Muisca are probably top 5. Bohemians are certainly up there as well, yeah. I might prefer those other civs in like a pure monk war, but it's up there. Is on a silly build order? What do you mean? Portuguese, I'd probably say they're a little bit lower. And full smush with Celts? Oh no. It's always the worst feeling when you lose to a strategy that you know is objectively bad. It's happened to me, though. I'm ashamed to admit it, but it's true. Phosphor is usually fast castle unique units. I think it's not really... the umbrella of what people consider a Phosphor is really grown. I mean, the original Phosphor was like very narrowly fast castle, unique unit, all in, stopping villager production at like 22, super heavy market usage, etc., etc. Now, Phosphor himself has done other things and does other things, but in terms of like what we call a Phosphor, I think that's still the pretty specific definition. Not like every fast castle into military build is a Phosphor. It's banned by the Geneva Convention. Yeah, he used to be white Phosphor, right? Like literally the chemical. Oh, Bosmo is next. I love me some Bosmo. Is he a clown player? Not really. All right, so Bosmo civs, Spanish, Muisca, gonna be very good. Probably Saracens or 2P. Don't think you're seeing Persians, Dravidians here. You're gonna use those on the boating maps. My guess is gonna be Spanish Saracens. Protection of his... But that's like a... That goes back to, like, AOC. That doesn't kill you? Well, there's at least some positive. Oh, guys, let's see. I want to see. On matches? Ah, okay. I don't really know. I was never very good at chemistry. Nor do I know anything about matches. Players want to keep us in suspense? Something like that. Sort of AoE2 matches? Yeah, basically. Oh, now they're on Desert Paradise. Wait, is that one of the maps? That's not one of the maps. Why they're called safety matches? I have no idea. Oh, now we're on Treasure Beach. I've never seen Treasure Beach before, so I'm not exactly sure what civs we're going to see. What was the last LAN event I casted? Well, I mean, I've casted them, but mostly from here. Last one I was invited to originally was NAC3 in January of 2020. The last LAN event I actually casted at the event was DreamHack in 2023, but that was only there because I literally paid my own way. I was in Germany, and then they said, okay, we'll comp you a room at the hotel. But I've casted 4 lands: NAC2, ECL, NAC3, and DreamHack. Or the Grand Melee, but it was at DreamHack. What's that? Big gaming convention. Any minute now. Light up on this trip. Ah. Interesting. I did not know that. Emergency stream? Yep. Done stuff like that before. Never actually been to a Red Bull, though. Now, my question is, why do I hear a corgi entering? Look at this dog. Yeah, they're in the lobby. What a dog. It's been a long week, you know it. But yeah, unfortunately... Wait, what? Wait, what are you talking about? They're in the lobby. Oh my goodness. I had to look it up in game. The spec dashboard was broken. What is Sash ammo? No. Well, sorry guys. I mean, it didn't look like they were in game, man. All right, so let's see here. Andy's going to be the orange Jurchins to the north of the map, and to the south in the blue as the Persians, it will be DauT. What do you want me to do, man? The thing says they're not in game. Okay, this is a weird map. So, there's gold to the north and south. There's plenty of hunt over here, and that's certainly going to be good for Jurchins. It looks like there's a bridge that you cross. Holy cow, that's a lot of boars. 4 boars. Make that 6 boars. DauT here as Persians. Do we have a dock? Yes, here we are. Okay, so they're gathering from oysters. There are no fish, just oysters. Or, I guess maybe some shorefish? Yeah, a little bit of shorefish. Mongols be good here? I'm sure they would be, but Mongols were banned. Wait, 2 barracks and 1 archery. Okay, so maybe double barracks fire lancer plus grenadier. I'd have to guess that. But yeah, DauT 5 fills ahead as we have arrived at normal time. Again, apologies. Explosions! Mr. Torg's favorite unit. Favorite civ is Jurchens. That can dock to the south here. And DauT's eco as Persians is going to be very good. That said, the army quality is likely going to be a lot better for Jurchens, especially before full post-imp. Good siege civ and good tower civ. Yeah, there's some shorefish and some oysters by the looks of things. Andy on 1 TC, DauT adding in another one. Now, Andy, notably, he still has stone. He doesn't have a market, so it's not like he sold stone or anything. He can add TCs when he wants to, but with this very military-centric opening, he's certainly going to need to find to make some damage. Note that he built exactly 5 fishing ships, which is enough to garrison it inside the dock, but no more. So he's clearly not interested in water. All right, Monastery coming in, Siege Workshop as well. Heavy, heavy military investment. It's still really weird that he made an archery range for 1 Grenadier, though. That's a little weird. The Sea Tower only has 500 HP, so that would go down quite easily. And then suddenly you're looking at a big downhill situation for DauT trying to defend. With the Fire Lancer and Rocket Cart. I mean, they certainly can do that, yeah. Siege Workshop coming in. Monk is also going to be out. DauT has to be careful here. This is not likely going to be a very long game. And he did make 1 Hulk to cause some idling. DauT ahead by 10 villagers. No conversions right there. And it's actually going to be a ram first. Of course, the Fire Lancers can happily hop into the ram. Nice conversion there from DauT. We'll pull the Fire Lancer back. We do have +1 defense in. DauT, meanwhile, is going to start to go for some Cav Archers because, again, that's how you play Age of Empires these days. And Andy is going to go for the second TC. Oh, look! Treasure chests! It's Treasure Beach! Isn't that cute? All right. Ram going to be able to attack downhill. Oh, that monk is super out of position. No way that guy escapes, right? No. Oh, I didn't notice that, to be honest. Like I said, I've never seen this map before. Okay, that's quite relevant then. Oh, that's a double conversion for DauT. DauT needs to win one of his opponent's home maps because he lost game number 1. Conversion back. That Grenadier doesn't know what to believe in. I know the feeling, Grenadier. Third TC here for DauT, right on the beach. Yeah, Vill's coming forward to repair. I was wondering about that. And DauT still just trying to hold on until the CA numbers can actually look impressive. You can see the Cav Archers currently have Bloodlines, but no other upgrades. Believe in myself. I try to, man. Boxes? Those are just fences. I think they just came into possession of whoever scouted them first. Another conversion there. Oh, Rocket Cart here too. Monk will end up falling. Remember, the Sea Tower, only 500 HP. DauT's going to try and bleed through over here to the west. Yeah, no stone whatsoever. And the CA are popping out. Fletching's about to be in. Fire Lancer is doing their Fire Lancer-y thing. Vills are in trouble. DauT still ahead by around 7 in total. Have to be so careful there as DauT. Cav Archers will avoid a catastrophic hit thus far. And now that Ram is getting low. Need to scooch back a little bit there with the Cav Archers. And you should be in a pretty good spot to stop this here as DauT does have a little bit of idle time. He's actually... Andy's gotten several more villager kills. DauT's on 3 TCs as Persians, though. He can recuperate those losses. Fire faster or lance faster or... What do you mean? They don't recharge any faster for their, you know, their shooty attack, but they just attack faster. Anyway, that sea tower is going to go down very, very quickly. Another ram is on its way. It's still 2 to 3 TCs. The villager count is at least more even, and Andy's actually going to be ahead in eco upgrades. Those villager losses do hurt from DauT. That said, DauT is developing a good army here with the Cav Archers. This is still a very strong position from which to push, though, and DauT's going to be in a lot of trouble. He also never got Husbandry before his stable died, so he'd have to build another one to get that upgrade. And obviously now, the rocket carts on the high ground going to put DauT in a pretty tricky spot to defend. No idea what those Cav Archers are doing. And food income is going to be pretty rough. Gold and wood are plentiful, which supports the Cav Archer production, but food is what you need to keep that boom going, and right now that is a bit of an issue for DauT, especially since Persians need more villagers on food than any other civ to sustain vill production. Chainmail armor also coming in, going to help those Fire Lancers versus the CA. Well, these CA aren't doing a whole lot. Again, no Bodkin. No Husbandry. No Ballistics. No Thumb Ring. Okay, no, there's Bodkin on the way. But yeah, this is not happening. Well, a couple of kills there. DauT looking to snag some reinforcements, try and buy himself more time. Look at the multitasking from DauT! The 2 monks are down! The DauT multitasking is too powerful to be destroyed. Oh my goodness. Well, those are some downhill hits from Scorpions. Bodkin in, though. He's starting to get more value. This is still really tricky, though. And all that time... Well, he's just trying to apply pressure with the rocket carts. You know, slowly work towards the TC. Oh, that is a converted Fire Lancer there. Gonna try and help snipe the rocket cart. Almost does so. No, DauT! Oh no, the repairs are also going to come in. Andy, 600 or so score ahead. Res collected only slightly in favor of DauT right now. Honestly, DauT needs another archery range. You don't want 10 Cav Archers queued up at 2 ranges. Or like another range and a university. You could probably afford it. Now, the Persian TCs will take a very long time to go down, but they will still go down relatively quickly. Remember, rocket carts are better than mangonels against town centers or any other building without masonry. Because they get the bonus damage against the aforementioned all buildings armor class, which means that each rocket does 3 less damage a hit once masonry comes in. All right, mangonel out here for DauT. Might be able to snag a Scorpion, not quite. Wheelbarrow coming in. It is still just the 2 TCs here for Andy. Stupid Flancers. Not my favorite unit. I would make them cost food and gold and then either not give them to Koreans or Vietnamese because they're not actually all that historically accurate. Oh, good hits there from DauT. But yeah, just definitely make it so the only civs that really have Fire Lancers that are any good are Chinese Jurchens and Khitons. Never seen... Because Khitons generally want to play with faster units. I mean, Khitons have a food bonus via the pastures, so you generally want to make use of units that require food, aka cavalry, right? That's how you play aggressively with them. That said, Khiton Fire Lancers are actually quite solid, and we do see them sometimes. Doesn't have Siege Engineers? No, definitely not. Siege Engineers is 500 food. You don't have the resources for that. Well, you know, it's not the best for DauT. Boy. He got disc? What's disc? with 1 extra TC. He has 23 minutes of idle TC time because his food income has been quite poor all game long. Andy adding in a 4th TC over here. Oh, discount. Yeah, so the issue with... I mean, I love the bonus. That's actually, I think, one of the cooler bonuses in the game. The Castle Age fast researching siege engineers at a big wood discount. But yeah, it's still 75... Or it's still 500 food and what, 150 wood or something like that. That's still a very expensive tech, especially if you're in sort of a low eco situation like this. I mean, I say low eco even though Andy's on 84 bills because low eco really especially means food income. The boom for Andy is not all that great because he doesn't have that many farms. Got good military production for units that don't require many upgrades to be effective, but he can't really flesh out his military in the way that he would, I'm sure, like to. Yeah, guys, if DauT loses this game, which seems fairly likely at this point, a not insignificant reason is that DauT's archery range numbers have been way too low relative to the amounts of units he's been making. I mean, yeah, the Fire Lancers have very good upgrades even at this point. The Civ bonuses? Yep. That's what I would do. And then I'd make Fire Lancers cost food and gold like every other freaking infantry unit. It needs 6 castles? That's true. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's too few archery ranges, too late of a ballistics upgrade, and it's just not exactly the balance that DauT needed. Also, he still doesn't have husbandry, and that's obviously a very good upgrade. DauT loses a gajillion more cav archers. Well, nice splat there. Using old meta. I don't think there is a meta for this map. We barely see this map. Rocket, I mean, they're basically mangonels. They're more expensive mangonels that are a bit better against buildings and a bit more fragile. Mangonels would have done basically the same thing here. The Fire Lancer rocket cart strat? Well, I mean, that was, I think, pretty clearly what Andy was going to be going for the whole time. I think DauT just didn't react to it quite as well as he needed to. So, travel time? Yes, they do. .5, in case you're wondering what the projectile speed is. I wouldn't call this game that amazing. I mean, DauT's just been getting his butt slowly kicked for a very long time. I mean, it's not in your opinion. They do shoot a little bit differently. My point is that when it comes to Castle Age, there are very few situations where you're like, oh man, I really wish I had mangonels, or oh man, I really wish I had rocket carts. They do basically the same thing. There are small differences, but it doesn't usually matter all that much. Anyway, handcart coming in now. The farm count is slowly climbing for Andy. That's going to be essential in actually getting him towards the Imperial Age, but it doesn't even matter. Game is over. Andy is 1 game away from his... third? Wait, yeah, Stone Please 1-1, Andy 1-1. Who won the other one? Was that also Andy? No, Andy didn't have siege engineers. Again, low food count relative to the gold collected. That's just how this map works. But yeah, Andy's pressure was just not as well handled by DauT. Andy doing well. But remember, that was Andy's home map. I lied. That was DauT's home map. That's not good. DauT needs to win both Bosmo and Forest Pond. DauT's #1 Civ pick versus the #8 Civ pick as well. That is not what DauT's looking for. So we could be at our last game here of the Specialist Cup. We'll have to see if DauT can bring us to a Game 7. I really think that the AoE community is pretty absurd when it comes to spoilers. I don't know any other community that is like that. Oh my god, I could get spoiled. Especially if it's not something like just happened. Like, it's one thing if like you don't want to have spoilers like the day something is happening or whatever, but like if it's over a week after, it's like, what? Other communities do I know? Well, I know like sports communities. Anyway, guys, I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. I return. All right, Forest Pond is next. It will be DauT's last stand. Obviously going to be Dravidians here. Bosmo is, I still think, Saracen Spanish. So that would leave Andy with either Muisca or Armenians. I feel like Armenians still would make the most sense here. Oh, no. Interesting. All right, guys, let's see if Andy can win 3 out of the 4 Specialist Cups. He is 1 game away from doing so. He will be in the orange as the Spanish here to the northwest of Forest Pond, and to the southeast in the blue as the Dravidians. It will be DauT. So, 4 deep fish here in this version of the map. It is basically hideout, but, you know, with a pond in the middle. Big old line. I said I mean, it is DauT's last stand. If he loses here, he's done so. I think that's pretty objective. Do people land on the map? If you win water, landing is certainly very deadly. I don't know how effective it will be to wall around the sides or push on the land. Especially because it feels like you do need to fight for water, lest your opponent get an insane fish boom. A little bit of idle time there from Andy, but he's got an early dock down, leveraging that Dravidian bonus for the extra housing space. Note that he only built 1 house. I don't actually know if this is good. It gives you a little bit of idle TC time, but it gives you a fishing ship out very quickly. But this is a build you can do with Dravidians if the water is very close to your TC, which it is on this map. Last stand again. Well, I guess the phrasing last stand is because DauT is on the back foot, right? If DauT wins this game, he still has to play another one, whereas if DauT loses this game, he's done. I wouldn't phrase it as DauT's last stand in a game 7 because that's all even and it's like a sudden death situation. And the Nomad build, it's very similar to it, yeah. If that makes sense. In Nakatari. So, curious as to Spanish here, especially because Spanish are an amazing civ on Bosmo, which is the last map. I have no idea what my plans are after this. DauT? Yeah, that's because I looked at the civs backwards and I'm a buffoon. You gotta keep that in mind, NP Souls. Well, Spanish do at least build the dock faster, but... Yep. I mean, the build makes the most sense with Dravidians because they get the extra housing space. AoE2? I'm so sorry that the specific phrasing I used is not your favorite, Puppy Saturation. I apologize. Map on team games? It's a popular one for some team game tournaments, yeah. 2 fishing ships out here for Andy, so despite his 11 seconds idle time, he does have that little bit of an eco lead at the moment. Moral of the story, though, I do like DauT Civ more on this map specifically. Dravidians are a better naval civ in that you do get the extra housing space from the docks and you get the extra 200 wood upon reaching Feudal Age. This does still feel like a very aggressive Feudal Age map. And I don't know, like, I guess what Andy could do if he wants to is just walk around and castle drop DauT on the side. That could be very powerful. But it feels like if DauT immediately wins water, that is the exact thing he's going to be on the lookout for. So we'll have to see exactly how Andy is approaching this. This is his #1 civ pick. And this is his home map as well, keep in mind. Nope, 3 fishing ships, 2 soon to be 3 fishing ships, 19 villagers apiece. Res collected are very similar. Well, it's actually a normal time dock. It's Andy's dock was very early. Hulkmania? I'm thinking that if you're up to Feudal Age fast, you go fire ships, and if not, you just go right into Hulks. But yeah, I think it should be Hulkmania. In team games, it's like in a 2v2, it's a big X, so it's one lake that's shared by everybody.
See?
Anyway, DauT did get housed a little bit, but he is on his way up to Feudal Age, and he is likely going to push his opponent off the water. Fires first, and it feels like a throw in any water situation. No, it isn't. You see it all the time. You go fires first because they torch the fishing ships very quickly, and then also put pressure on the dock. You go, like, if you have 2 docks here, you'd open 2 fire ships and go Hulks behind it. It's one of the most common things we see, actually. Indeed, second dock coming in from DauT, as one would expect, and he is just going to be playing this like it's a water map, which it is. Now, there aren't that many fish left, but you could still add in the fish boom, and it would be very good for either player. All right, and what do you know? He's making fire ships. Make the game spicy? Yeah, again, I'm pretty curious as to what Andy's plan is here, because this is obviously a fast castle build, but I'm not too sure what he wants to do with said fast castle. I also like Dravidians more as the game goes on when it comes to like the land fight as well, because elephant archers are both fun and balanced. Now we do have fire ships behind this. Yeah, and he is not on stone. This is all the appearance of just a regular old fast castle. Now, if you look at DauT's POV, he doesn't have any idea of how many docks his opponent has, so what DauT does need to do is, as soon as he sees his opponent is only on 1 dock, he needs to just cancel the other warships. Is it water control? It can be. Because if you have water control, you also control the most direct route to your opponent. And anyway, there's Castle coming. And now going over to stone. But guys, like I said, DauT is no dummy. He knows, okay, my opponent isn't going water. He's going fast castle. I do think DauT is still overinvesting. Okay. He could have canceled the last 2 fire galleys. It's not like it's the end of the world, but still worth mentioning. But yeah, he's just making sure he's not getting castle dropped. What a shocker! Like, this just feels obvious, you know? Oh, is this what he... Oh. I think he's trying to make sure that there aren't any villagers coming over here to castle drop, but they couldn't go past this dock here anyway. Oh, DauT did cancel the last fire galley as well. Love it, love it, love it. No, it's not sudden disaster. Like, DauT's approach here is exactly what I do, or I would do given the situation, and it is therefore the perfect approach. Kappa. Now, Andy can castle drop the pond here and just try and fight back on the water, but, I mean, he's gonna have to, like, rebuild a bunch of docks anyway. Yeah, don't even bother with the fishing ships there. They don't do anything. Well, the Hulk is out. Gonna snag one fire galley. Well, that's what I'm saying. Andy's gonna drop the castle over here. But then you're not really making great use of, like, conquistadors. Andy trying to save the Hulk there. Not likely gonna happen. Fishing ships having to take the most forward fish. Yeah, that's not a great idea. Yeah, castle coming in. This has also been fairly expensive. Getting close to 150 wood spent here on the dock. Anyway, now DauT will add in more ships. I would think that he would add in galleys, actually, not more fire ships. See? Anyway, DauT's going to click up to Castle Age in just a moment. Into water control? I mean, I think so, but my concern with that is that he doesn't have a navy. He did save the dock, which is good. But, I mean, he's only on one dock. He doesn't have medium warships. He does have a monastery, and it's going to be adding in a missionary, so picking up relics, which is fine. I don't know, guys. Stonewall's even here from DauT. I like it. Yes, DauT has 42 vills to 31. I feel like his approach is just better. DauT's got an outpost over there. He's playing so safe. Would like it if he was a bit more active with the scout cavalry, but other than that, I really have a hard time criticizing anything that DauT's doing. Yeah, he's getting him back to work, though. With a couple of skirmishers, so clearly he's worried about conquistadors, as you should always be worried about conquistadors against the Spanish. That with a few vills on stone right there, but yeah, he can... DauT has the luxury of playing safe. Playing safe isn't something you can do normally because it just gets punished by standard play. But if you're ahead, you can afford to take as few chances as possible because you know that even if you have some inefficiencies in what you're doing with your economy, you're still ahead. And that's exactly the case here for DauT, who is ahead by around 1,000 resources already, and will continue to get further ahead as he's got more vills. I still have no idea what Andy's doing, by the way. I mean, he's gonna grab a relic, which is cool. Now, adds a TC. He's getting gill nets. He should probably go ahead and pick up the bowsaw upgrade in just a minute. I think DauT's just trying to figure out what's going on. But yeah, Andy's not investing anything into Navy. DauT really trying to figure out what's going on, and I don't blame him. That is correct, Nigel. It was only in a fairly recent patch that missionaries were given the ability to pick up relics. And fish up? Yeah, it's still going to be better for him going forward, though. Alright, Andy's just going to add eco. I mean, he does have better economy upgrades right now, bowsaw and horse collar. DauT's on 2 TCs. For casting these, it is my job to cast stuff. Yeah, just glad that you guys are here and enjoying it with me. Go into Siege Tower? No mounted units can go into Siege Towers. DauT, you want to not do that? I have a Hulk coming in. But why relics? I really don't know. That one was kind of weird to me. Another TC coming in here from DauT. He actually has 0 bills on gold right now, but he doesn't need any. Really would love to see DauT get some eco upgrades now, though. Defense stance? Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. DauT still has a Scout Cav alive, but looks like it will be found by the Scout of Orange. And all you need to do is get a few extra hits there and bring in the Conquistador, and yeah, that's going to be all she wrote. And he will likely be getting a 3-2 relic advantage at worst, maybe 4-1. Yeah, DauT doesn't need to go for like an enormous fish boom. These 11 fishing ships are just gonna, very comfortably pay for themselves. But here we go. This is something that I kind of do like from Andy. Because DauT has to play so far back with his fishing ships, or his fire ships, he doesn't necessarily know if and or when Andy's gonna fight back on water. And I would like to see DauT be a bit more active with his fire ships, to at least be checking to see if your opponent is adding in docks. And right now, DauT is doing none of that. So this could be a big opportunity for Andy. On stand guard, I don't disagree, but he's not doing that. That could be the exact sort of thing that Andy needs, because if Andy sinks the fishing ships, then suddenly the villager count is dead even. I got some fire ships coming in as well. Again, Scotty doesn't know. DauT hasn't checked for a while to see what Andy is doing over there. Probably just going to build a gate over there. It's going to be a bit annoying with some skirmishers, but they don't really have very good upgrades, so again, not something to worry about. I am still concerned about Spanish in this matchup if it goes late, as we have relic number 4 coming in for Andy. The last one's over here for DauT. Such a Scotty. Indeed. Yeah, this is really good from Andy. You just have to pick your chance. You notice that DauT isn't being super active in checking to see if you are redocking at all, and then you just go for a big naval push and kill all the fishing ships. All right. DauT, though, still ahead. The pushback on water hasn't happened yet, and honestly, this is Andy waiting a little too long. Andy could come in with 5 Castle Age warships and kill this instantly. You can see res collected for the time being is in favor of DauT. But obviously, very one-sided naval fight happening over here, and the fire ships are going to sink everything so fast. 1 galley is not going to be sufficient, and DauT is caught off guard by this for sure. DauT will likely need his own castle over here to prevent a landing. That's exactly what he's going to do. I mean, skirms are over here. They can be a little bit annoying. Andy is actually getting really close to Imperial Age. 2,000 resources behind, but 16 kills to 2 deaths. Yeah, and if he gets up to Imp, starts getting those Ganon-Callians out, as they are called 100%, then that's going to be very good. Andy also has 4 relics. And again, if you look at the res collected, ahead in both gold and stone. A lot of DauT's eco lead is in wood. It is still 85 fills to 70, though, so, like, even without fishing ships, DauT has a better eco. Although, again, not the best eco upgrades. And now Andy is on his way up. He has a big Navy lead. And DauT was totally caught off guard by this. There's Mangonel out. That's going to be perfectly fine at chewing away the skirmishers. And this is a game that's going to be tilting back in favor of Andy very, very shortly. And he really hasn't had to bother with Conquistadors too much at all. He's making 1 right now, but it's certainly not been the focal point of his strategy in any way. Castle going to be going over here on the east side. Ballistics for DauT. I mean, yes, eventually Elephant Archers plus some Halbs is not likely something that is ever going to be stopped by Spanish. The Universidad in the countryside. The random outposts are always fun. DauT is going to pick up that last relic. Andy did a good job when he had the map control, though. DauT still isn't up to Imp, though. Now, you still will have to wait for chemistry to come in before you can start cannon galleoning. And it's not like Andy still has a ton of map control otherwise. But I imagine the plan is going to be get the cannon galleons out, knock down the castle, drop your own castle, and then push right into the heart of DauT's base because, like, all of his eco is here. And DauT is simply not in a position to do anything to stop that. Skirms are going to be a bit annoying, though, for sure. Stable from DauT? A little bit weird. Lots of Vills coming over here to try and gather the gold. More nonsense. But there's Imp. Andy actually takes the score lead. Andy takes the score lead. It is important for elephant archers, but because I don't think that Dravidians should have gotten husbandry, I'm going to pretend that they never did. Denial is my favorite form of casting analysis. Anyway, TC is in. Spanish builders go burr. And there's Imp for DauT, but is it too slow? A couple of cannon galleons going to apply a ton of pressure to that castle. That said, DauT's still on 50 villagers on food. He needs to get to elephant archers, though. Good Mangonel hit there. Chemistry creeping on in. More ranges are on the way. It's not like Andy really has the eco to go for heavy cavalry yet. Elephant gets a couple hits in before having to be deleted due to the monks. Good micro from DauT. And now those conks are in trouble. Crossbowman coming in for DauT. He's going to be going... I really don't like this. DauT's on 121 vills, guys. You're allowed to go for elephant archers on 121 vills. Remember, they're only slightly more expensive than knights. 60 food, 80 gold. Knights are 60 food, 75 gold. And if you're, you know, the logic being, well, you can totally go for cavalier or whatever on 124 vills. Same thing. You can totally go for elephant archers. Handcart now coming in here from DauT. And the cannon galleons are on the way. Can DauT go for water now? He could think about Therosadai because those don't require upgrades, but DauT doesn't have any docks is the issue. And again, DauT's eco is set up for going for food and gold units. Because they're elephants? But, like, that's not the case at all, and it's to DauT's detriment, if that is his thought process. Heavy warship is in. Cannon galleon is arriving at the party. Remember, Spanish cannon galleons, they attack faster as well. So, I mean, they're known for their cannonballs moving super fast because it's really cool and makes them interesting and all that. But they actually do have a faster reload time due to the Spanish gunpowder bonus, so the anti-building capacity is greater. Castle coming up on this side. There are no trebuchets here yet, and DauT's still just working on archers. More cannon galleons coming forth. DauT trying to grab some more archer upgrades. He is indeed going to be going for Therosadai, because again, they don't require upgrades. But you don't really have enough of them right now. No way. No way this fire galley gets a kill. Okay. I would be so salty if DauT... What? No, he did! And then he ran into the castle with another ship. Oh, my goodness. You know, guys, it just goes to show, make your opponent make the play. Don't assume your opponent is going to react perfectly. That is actually a good AoE 2 life lesson. Force your opponent to make the correct play. Don't just assume they will. Because even a player of Andy's caliber isn't going to have everywhere focused on as he needs to all at once. But he is now going to be taking map control. Andy is on 4 castles to DauT's 2. Have to be careful. No heated shot in yet, but even without heated shot, you're still very, very good with your castles against archers. You're building Lotrons, and Lotrons are stupid, so, you know, you don't have to worry about that. Can they garrison inside the dock? They actually can. I mean, it's like the regular military thing where you can't garrison if you've already ejected from the dock, but you can set the gather point in the dock, and it's totally fine. All right, bombard cannons and skirmishers coming in here. That said, it's very easy for DauT himself to go into skirmishers, and Dravidians have the better skirmishers. Let's see if DauT can bring us to a game number 7, guys. 200 eyes and seeing everything. AoE2 is a very difficult game. I'm 2K, and I feel like I'm awful at this game. Pikeman now coming in here as well from DauT. I'm a little concerned he isn't developing a good enough army, though. This castle's already taken 14,000 damage. And the Theosati are just not doing that much. You know, oh, I've been 2K for a while. I almost hit 2K1, and then I lost a bunch of games in a row, as one does. Alright, still no Elite Cannon Galleon, by the way. Shipwright even coming in, really focusing on the Navy. But yeah, it's still going to be almost impossible for DauT to defend this. Dravidians aren't a super castle-reliant civ, though, because Arumi are, like, one of the weirdest unique units in the game. Are fires better here? What do you mean, are fires better than what? Alright, stable coming in on the side. Andy's housed a little bit. Both players creep into 200 population. Who are you thinking, guys? Andy's score is very good, but a lot of it's water. A lot of DauT's infrastructure here is going to be bombarded, especially this town centers. And actually going to start to switch into some champions. I think. Well, I mean, that's... Why else would you get Gambesons? Would be the issue for DauT is that he didn't have any of the upgrades. So he only had the Feudal Age fire galleys, and because Andy has his own fire ships here to protect them, DauT can't just match that. Decent bombard cannon hits, but they are still going to go down. We do have Andy trying to switch into paladins. Great bombard cannon control there. Remember, Spanish bombard cannons also attack faster. But DauT... Okay, there's Elephant Archer coming in. Okay, good shots there from DauT. I want us to go to a game 7. So everyone should be cheering for DauT in this game. Cheer for whoever you want in the next game, but we got to get to a game 7. Especially because it's going to be on Bosmo, which is a map I absolutely adore. Builds coming in here as well from Andy. Where are the pikemen from DauT? He's got 15 on the way, but he's housed. Supremacy coming in. That's going to be excellent for buying time. The Trebs are also not in a great spot, and this is very good for FreakinAndy. DauT he doesn't have army. He's got so many resources, but no army. Oh no, this is it's a DauT disaster. Albs are coming in. But all those Trebs are going down, and that was a major advantage for DauT. That said, DauT's still ahead by 4,000 resources, but he needs to actually start taking good fights soon. Also, neither player has even heavy plow, which is a little tilting. Now again, you do have Loot Steel in for the Halbs. Oh my goodness, those cogs are got eviscerated. DauT can absolutely win this game, but he needs to get to Elephant Archer plus Halb. Alright, Blast Furnace now coming on this side. I wouldn't hate to see frickin' Fortified Wall over here like we're playing Black Forest. I mean, he could just destroy one tree and just walk it over here that way, but what do I know? Yeah, I think DauT might have thought about champions, but then thought better of it or something. DauT needs siege. He needs to be able to push this. Some random skirmishers over here. Andy is on gold. DauT, is he out of gold completely? Basically, yeah. Ooh, that could be tough. DauT's slightly ahead in gold collected right now, but remember, Andy has 4 relics. But right now, he is going to be going Paladins, and in case you guys don't know, Paladins are not very good against Halbs. Gambesons affects Halbs. I would really, really hope that at this point, DauT does not think that. Okay, castle coming up over there. Remember, DauT does need to hold this side too. And a big advantage for Andy going here into post-imp is that he has the far better mobility with his civ. Wait, why are the Elephant Archers attacking a freaking barracks over here? Come on, dude, bring up your soldiers. And that gate's gonna go down. Skirms can just walk in. Guild's now coming in for DauT as well. And he is getting to his, devastatingly strong army composition. Elephant Archers are fully upgraded, including Medical Corps. Even Inquisition coming in to try and convert some. Alright, bit of an army here for DauT. Andy has a huge army value advantage, but so much of that is in cannon galleons, which, again, don't do anything here. DauT needs to actually make the engagement happen, though. Paladin is in, so we get to see some Spanish Paladins, which is always fun. And here they are, going for some raids. DauT's population is dropping. Oh, Bombard's trying to do what they can, but the Elephant Archers can come right back forward. I feel like DauT doesn't have the multitasking for this, guys. Oh my goodness. Yeah, DauT doesn't have the multitasking for this at all. Honestly, the same thing happened with running, where Andy simply just had better multitasking in late game. Both of the games that have gone post-imp in this series have been heavily Andy favored. And he simply never got to a good number of Elephant Archers, and now everything has fallen off. Andy's so far ahead in resources destroyed. Treb goes down. I mean, look at the KD, guys. DauT seems completely flat-footed at this point. 79 vills only for him. You simply can't fight that eco advantage. Yeah, DauT needed to keep his siege alive to help deal with skirmishers. Will in the Series 7-0? I don't know. I mean, Dravidian Halbs are very good. Like, DauT, in theory, has the army to counter this, and hitherto, he's had the economy. It's just he has been unable to take a good fight to save his life. Even with all of that stone collected, DauT doesn't really have a whole heck of a lot to his name. Though the water play absolutely did, and DauT invested a lot of resources into not actually destroying anything. All he did was delay stuff. I mean, this is certainly a bit annoying, but it's inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. And he has 11k army value at the moment. DauT's on 73 vills to 114. I mean, I guess you can get the Treb snipe over there. You just can't win this anymore as DauT. And he's in too good of a spot. Even if he has to switch off Paladins a little bit, he'll be able to switch into Hussars without any issues whatsoever. DauT is going to have no resources access whatsoever, and again, he doesn't have the relics. Skirm investment? Yeah, the skirms definitely did not pay off at all. I mean, you can try and be annoying there, but again, Paladins are going to continue flooding this way over almost 4 times the army value actually here for Andy. Again, I know a fair amount of it's cannon galleons, but even so. More bombards coming in. Actually, I wouldn't hate siege rams actually over bombard cannons. A lot more difficult to snipe with DauT's army. Bombard cannon has 20 kills. DauT's done yeoman's work keeping it alive. Heavy plow just now. It's a little late, guys. I'm not going to lie. I mean, just look at all these villagers that are going down to the Paladins. No blast furnace in either. Like I said, I do think it would be better for Andy to win the game if he just went for siege rams, but it shouldn't matter. Which team am I on? I'm gonna go with Team Wales. Okay. You know what the worst possible thing for Andy to do was? That. That was, like, objectively the worst thing Andy could do. It shouldn't matter. The game should be completely over regardless. That wasn't great. It really wasn't. I mean, DauT only has 8 Elephant Archers left. He's still only on 83 vills. It's still a 70 pop advantage right now for FreakinAndy. 12k army value. He's got 7 Bombard Cannons. DauT doesn't really even have enough Ele Archers to snipe this. Yeah, Missionaries take bonus damage from Halbs. Yes. It's actually one of the instances of a non-siege or ship unit one-shotting another unit in the game. Always has been, is a Missionary without Sanctity just getting one-shot by a Halb. Or an Aztec Eagle Warrior could do it too, because they double-dip their bonus damage. Anyway, this is good enough. It is good enough. Sometimes good enough is good enough. I mean, to be fair, DauT still actually has a lot of stone left over, but... DauT just trying to play on because it's the last game. DauT just can't keep this castle alive forever. He's got 9 Halbs and no Elephant Archers in the queue. Only 33 vills on food to 62. 1 relic to 4. Or love competition? It's okay. You know. I lost my caster relevancy card a long time ago. Means... You see, the thing is, Andy has a 98% chance of winning this game, but I feel like he's still not going about it in the best way possible. But you know what? Oh, the Paladins are in here. It's over. It's so over. It really feels like Siege Rams would have just done this so much faster and with less cost, but, you know. You know. It's all good in the hood for Andy. And he will win 3 out of the 4 Specialist Cups. Really impressive. Andy always does very well in these smaller tournaments, and it also helps his seeding a lot in the bigger events. But, well, DauT's on 90 pop. GG, congrats. As Andy will get the win, 113 Paladins made. That's always fun. DauT's eco was better for a while, but again, it's just not really anticipating that mid-game naval push, and things really started to tumble from there. And also around a 3.5 minute faster Imperial Age for Andy, 6,000 more gold, 9,000 more food there by the end. It just wasn't really something DauT could manage. Kevin, your eco? Well, Kevin, your eco is like objectively one of the best things that you can have happen in a game, so usually the goal is to not let that happen. Set up your defenses so that Cav don't have an easy time into your eco, because the thing with any raid is that it's way easier for your opponent to do damage with little APM than it is to defend. Like, defending requires a lot more focus than actually the raids do, which is one of the reasons why it's so good. Right. Well, I kind of want to keep streaming. Is there anything else going on? Also, shout out to Xardas for hosting this. This was the last of the Stronghold, or the last of the Specialist Cups. Big thanks to him for hosting this. What is Crónicas de Guerras? Small team game tournament? I don't know. We can cast this. All right. What are the settings here? Looks like Wonders is up 1-0. This is the semifinal, so it's a best of 5. Wonders and YWOYL. What? YWOYL. You win or you lose? Anyway, Wonders is up 1-0. No idea about the context of this tournament, but it is a tournament semifinals. Looks like it's a 2v2 event. We will be here on 4 lakes. We'll be here in the blue for Wonders for Prisma to the southwest, and to the southeast in the green as the Italians. It will be Lucho. Fantastic combo for this map. Meanwhile, Benanji is going to be in the yellow as the Japanese for the German/Belgian team. The European team. We'll have Tofu in the red as the Malians here to the northeast. So, Malians are, I assume... Okay. How are they going to approach this? I think they might want to establish a team wall eventually. Nope. Just going to be walling himself over there. Each team has a very safe pond and a pond that they are likely fighting for. But... you can see that Wonders are ahead overall in vill count a little bit. So far, everybody just docked a different pond. It's like Men-at-Arms are Men-at-Armsing. And Castle Age will first be in here for Lucho, actually. He is the Italians. Meanwhile, Tofu will be up as well, who's also heavily, heavily stonewalled. 24 fishing ships and 8 fishing ships, 15 and 18. So that does balance out, but with Red having an enormous fish boom here as the Malians, and that is a lot of fish as well. It's the latter version of 4 lakes, which means that the fish density is extremely high. Makes fish booming insane. 20 fishing ships now, 15 fishing ships now, and it's actually the Japanese player who has the fewest. Anyway, Knights and Archers doing Knights and Archers things. You win or you lose is now up a little bit. Knights trying to get in there as they can. TC count is actually the most for Prisma as Persian, so his eco is very solid, but Red's fish boom is still gigantic. It looks like he is also appropriately switching into fish traps when he needs to. Iron casting and gold shaft mining coming in here for Tofu. Castle here for Benanji. Big, 2v2 fight. Knights and Archers. Winner you learn. Ah, okay, there you go. All right, Imp going to be in here for green. That's going to be a huge advantage for the Archers. Yellow going to come in here with some towers, and that will stall things out a while. As I always say, when dealing with a fast Imperial Archer play, the best defense is buildings, because you can't go fast Imp and also have a great way of destroying a bunch of buildings. Yasuma coming in, so he's just going to the other side, and this is where the Knights come in to help out. Doing a lot of damage. Green is also getting ring Archer armor. Yellow almost Imp, and he's actually going to try and switch into Cav Archers, as the Japanese Archers are just worse than the Italian Archers. Knights are coming in trying to get some damage in, but still a pretty good eco, and some camels are coming in, and it looks like Wonders are starting to take over. Mangonel not going to do anything useful. Red still resolutely in the Castle Age. Get it? Whereas right now we have Prisma clicking up again, and this will probably end up being a 2-0, despite you win or you learn having a better villager count right now. Their army is simply non-competitive. Which are going to get a forward castle here and very near the center of the map. Only 1 TC for red. A lot of fishing ships are also going to be idled fairly soon. Let's see, Benanji, I mean, he's trying to switch into Cav Archers, but that's also very expensive. No Bloodlines, no Husbandry yet, no Heavy Cav Archer, no Parthian Tactics, etc., etc. I mean, the Persian player doesn't have, like, an insane eco for going Knights and whatnot, but not that bad. And well, 86 military right now for Lucho, guys. Holy cow. Lucho does seem to have taken a step ahead of Prisma. I always sort of spoke of them in the same breath as, like, up-and-coming young Argentinian players, but Lucho definitely seems to be, you know, really getting up there these days. Lots of dancing. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Because your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. Well. I mean, technically, Red's eco isn't that bad. But the fact that he's stuck in Castle Age so much feels like it's kind of going to be a point of no return. Yellow trying to apply some pressure here. The Cav Archer numbers are also slowly climbing and also increasing in upgrades. No stable yet, though, so if Benanji doesn't realize that, he is going to be in a very bad way without Bloodlines or Husbandry. Cavalier upgrades coming in. I mean, yeah, it's a good fight there for Prisma. Green actually going to try and switch into some skirmishers, oddly. Not too sure why. I guess he's just trying to counter the Cav Archers and doesn't want to rely on Prisma. Well, +4 defense isn't in yet. Still, the Cavalier are going to be better than the Knights, and the Camels are also going to be better than the Knights. And that's going to be a big old mop-up on aisle 7. Red's on 1 TC. Oh dear. That's 24 idle fishing ships. I don't think you have 2,400 wood to easily convert that into fish traps. And these fish traps are going to be absolutely terrible, guys. But this is what it feels like a fish boom should be, right? Not like a gajillion fishing ships neatly around docks like that. Arb's back over here and are something of a wrecking ball. That said, the Japanese Cav Archers do get their 2 bonus damage against the enemy archers. How close is blue to Savard? Nowhere near it. Andy won 4-2. It was a good series, though. I enjoyed it. And there's Bloodlines now coming in. We need Husbandry as well. That is indeed queued up. And, I mean, the Japanese towers are very good at buying time, but it's a question of buying time into what exactly? Nobody's got trade. Although, in theory, green and blue could get it set up a bit more easily, as there's a lot of junk over here from Tofu because he had this whole area mopped up. Fish traps there going down. I mean, these fishing ships are so inefficient. Water trade, that would not be very good. Heap is on the way. I mean, Lucho's only on 100 bills. But yeah, Savar is not something you can stop. The Savers. NCA gonna try and clean that all up, but yeah. Able to get sniped? I mean, yes, but you've also lost so much efficiency anyway that it's just not very good. It's not like there's a better play for Tofu, but it's just further reinforcing the idea that the game is pretty over. Elite Genbo coming in. I mean, I guess everything that their opponents are doing are on a horse, so yeah, that's not a bad idea. Not the best control there ever for Lucho, but whatever. Whatever. Oh my god. I mean, good play, though, from Benanji to hold the line like this with the fortified walls and the keeps and all that. Doing what he can, for sure. Also, there's something very satisfying about these yellow walls and keeps with the East Asian architecture set. Raids being attempted there, but again, I guess Tofu can click up to Imp very soon. Is he getting slung? No idea what the sling rules are for this tournament. Obviously... Okay, there's at least a little bit of slinging, but not much. Campaign thing? What campaign thing? Tower is slowly going down here. Red is on his way up to Imp. I mean, probably. It's Jin in Genghis Khan 4. It's the Japanese in Noryang Point. Get those big yellow Asian walls. Anyway, 48 Savars are on the field. Light Cav are not going to cut it at all. We do have the Civ color tier list for sure. It's on the channel somewhere. Is that just racist? It's always possible that I'm racist. Yeah, Andy won 4-2. Very good series, though. I enjoyed it. DauT, I think, struggles a lot in the late game compared to Andy. Like I said, both of the Imperial Age games just weren't quite good enough for DauT. Interestingly, there weren't that many games that went to Imp, despite it being, you know, the closed map, you know, Specialist Cup version. Triple the army value right now. Trebs are now in sufficient numbers to take down the castles. And again, despite the yeoman's work that Benji is showing to try and hold the line here, there just isn't enough that he can do. Yeah, Blast Furnace here in a moment, and then the fully upgraded Savars. All those poor skirms are going to get wrecked. Top 6. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. The thing is, his late game mechanics are very good. Like the pure micro macro side of things. Clue is top 4? No. I would still argue Lewis isn't quite developed enough to really be, like, the tippy-top late-game player. I mean, that takes years and years of very late-game focused experience. Anyway. Win or you learn. Tapping out, and we will have Wonders winning that game, so could just cast one more game today. But hey, couple extra bonus games, not anything to cry about. By the way, what is tomorrow? Okay, looks like we have Rage Forest tomorrow. Team Tato versus Team Andy at like 18:30 GMT or something like that. And both of those teams are 2-0 right now, so that should be a very good set. All right, so let's see what the next game's going to be. Again, I have no idea about anything about the context of this tournament, but, you know, such is life. All right, we got 3 players in the lobby. They're still on 4 lakes, so we'll have to see how exactly that goes. Okay, looks like migration will be the next map, so more boating. And we'll see what they go for. Any minute now. Oh, okay, so there can be Civ overlap because both teams have Koreans. One minute. Hello, Tambo. I'm doing quite well. It was a great stream today. Fun games. All seemed to have a good time. Got some more Rage Force tomorrow, which has been a lot of fun. Ten seconds. All right, so could be the last game of the day. Still have no idea what the context of this tournament is, but you know what? I like me some high-level AoE too, so I'm not complaining. Benanji's going to be here in the yellow as the Koreans to the west, and his ally is going to be Thofu in the red as the Wu to the south. This, unless I'm very much mistaken, is actually not traversable by ships, so you still have to go all the way around. And their opponents, one win away from the grand finals, will have Prisma in the blue as the Portuguese to the south, and Lucho as the green Koreans to the north. That does mean it is a Korean mirror on the north side, and a Wu versus Portuguese battle here on the south side. Obviously, all these are great naval civs. 2v2 migration's kind of interesting, because migration really plays out very differently depending on the size of the game. Like 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, and 4v4 migration are all very different. In the 2v2 context, you're going to have everybody go water, but because the rush distance is a lot longer than it is in the larger game modes, you don't necessarily need to rush up to Feudal Age, like, instantly. So we still could have something that's at least a little bit less all-in. And because chances are you don't have a player who is fully contesting the middle immediately, then you're going to have that awkward situation where both, like, all 4 players in this game are going to need to likely do some fighting for the middle. Wikipedia, again, I know nothing about this tournament. Crónicas de Guerras. What is the map pool? African Clearing, Arabia, Arena, Atacama, Chaos Pit, Coastal Forest, Enclosed, Four Lakes, Golden Swamp, Greenland, Haboob, Hideout, Karst, Land Madness, Migration, Nile Delta, Nomad, Northern Isles, Socotra. That is quite the map pool. I just want to see Nile Delta, man. So we'll have to see how quickly these guys think about clicking up to the Feudal Age. Dock over here, dock over here. Note that nobody's really going with a super forward dock. Chunbi. Also, if there is a difference between Wu and Portuguese as like a good naval civ, it's pretty minor. They're both very good. Greenland would be quite cool. I wonder how that's oriented. Is like somebody much closer to the shorefish than the other? I'd be pretty curious to how that one works out. Nile Delta is a true gem of a map. Especially when it's a stalemate and neither player can win the game. I remember it was on the map pool one time, and I played Mayans versus Slavs, and this was before catapult galleons. And, like, I literally could not win the game. Like, I didn't have any siege ships, and I couldn't land. It was so bad. Like, eventually, I actually just ran out of resources. Oh, jeez. Very sad. Anyway, nothing too crazy so far. Everyone on the same fishing ship count. It's all good. But note that if this was 3v3 or 4v4 migration, you'd have all the flank players rushing to click up right around now. Each of the yeah, but unless they changed it, isn't it like it's like a delta, essentially, where all the shorefish are, and then it sort of becomes a narrow river on the other side? So wouldn't that make each team have one player close to the shorefish and one close to the river? Maybe I'm misremembering the map. Yeah, no one really bothered clicking up just yet. Already much more an economic opening than we see in the bigger game modes. Now, is anybody going to go so far as to go for a full-blown fast castle? We'll have to see. Lucho will be the first player up. Seems like Prisma's build maybe not quite as good. But right now, Tofu and Benanji both on the way to not Castle Age. Saved it! Or fishing ships for them. But they're going to need to click up soon, otherwise they're going to get rolled on the water. And like I said, unless I'm very much mistaken, we will see all 4 players go for Navy. Actually going to build 2 extra docks at the same time. Yellow's actually sending a fishing ship forward. Or not forward, but to his ally. I wonder why. Oh, I guess maybe there's checking to see if this, could be passed through with ships, but it cannot. Well, Red's up, but he's going to be an entire feudal age time behind, and Benanji's going to be up even slower. It's going to be a galley and a hulk and 2 galleys. Or no, all galleys. It's galley time. Pretty long rush distance, that does make sense. I mean, yeah, obviously our European team are going to have a big eco advantage, but it's just going to come down to can they reach Castle Age safely. They are both going to go FC, unless I'm wrong. But yeah, they should have the resources to do so. They're on like 40 pop. Galleys are on the way. Note that galleys are very slow at destroying buildings these days. We're played yet? Boring. And oh, look at this. Instantly, we see Prisma queuing up 4 more fishing ships after the initial burst of galleys, so it's still going to consider trying to get a good Castle Age time, as they obviously know that their opponents are going FC. Earlier in this match, But Nile Delta, to be fun, has to have both teams on completely separate islands to maximize the stalemate potential. Market Blacksmith coming in now. Tofu is grabbing Loom. Oh, he doesn't have the mill, Benanji. Oh, dearie, dear, dear. And a tower, too. Alright, so maybe going to be thinking about some Kobukson. One fishing ship going to go down. But Red is on his way up to Castle Age. Prisma and Lucho are not horrendously far away, all things considered, but certainly not ready to click up quite yet. Tiny islands in the north. Yeah, that's how Nile Delta's always worked. Team East? Oh, okay. 1 T West. Of course, as we always see, fire ships are very good at melting buildings. And Yellow is still pretty slow up to Castle Age, all things considered. Red's still going to push back with some fire ships, though. And remember, you do get the free careening upgrade as the Woo in Castle Age, so you get that extra Pierce armor, which is very helpful. But yeah, that dock is going to go down quite soon. And they'll have to see if they can push back. We have a transport coming in as well, so looks like Green will be the first player to ever think about going on the middle on migration. In the history of the map, no one else has ever thought to go for the middle. Anyway, forcing the fight right there is, remember, the uptime is pretty slow for Benanji. And now both blue and green are on their way up. Lucho gonna go to the middle here. Got Bowsaw and medium warships coming in for our Woo player. And like I said, that free Pierce armor is going to be very, very nice to have. And green doesn't have anything over here. Blue's trying to go for some hulks as it's all fire ships right now, so make the counter. Duh. That'll likely be enough to buy some time. The hulks also have the forging upgrade in. Does help out a lot versus fires. Oh, but the Navy sailed around to the other side and now sunk some fishing ships. 14 fishing ships right now for blue. And the fires aren't really doing all that much, but if you can try and force the fight, you've got clinkers getting constructed. This is still something to keep in mind. Medium warships coming in. Now you do have, I guess, a bunch of fire ships, but right now, blue is in the castle age. Dock there is going down, though. Going to be trying to establish some more. Oh, that's not what you want, though. Now, I don't think Castle Age fire ships are really any better at all versus Hulks compared to Feudal Age ones. Like, it's still dealing 1 damage. You just have more HP. And I guess a faster movement speed, but like I said, in terms of actual ship destruction, it is the same. Another dock is sniped over there. Only on 2 for now. And his need to see red add in some more Hulks of his own. Iron casting coming in. And here's the TC in the middle of the map. Fury for green. Scores are starting to flip around back and forth. More turtles incoming for Benanji. But he's losing so many fire ships in the process that it really doesn't feel great for him. That's it. Tofu's doing pretty well over here against Prisma, but now it's just all Hulks versus all fire ships. You can't be doing that. Especially since Iron Casting's going to be here in just a moment. Clinkers getting constructed. Remember, fire ships are the ships you want versus the turtles in Castle Age. And in Imperial Age, you don't want any ships because turtles are actually broken in Imp. Well, I really think Lucho needs to appreciate that turtles are good. Uh-oh. And this is extremely expensive for yellow. Well, that's a huge lead now for our European duo. Another TC coming in from Lucho. Villager numbers are still dead even. But wouldn't you want to go Hulks with the turtle ships to counter enemy fire ships? And to be a meat shield, I think? Barracks for Lucho can, of course, add in some Fire Lancers as needed. And looks like blue is trying to sail around, but red going to be hot on his heels. Navy's kind of sailing past each other. It's 41-13 military, though, in favor of the Europeans. And now going to start to go after the docks. Going to try and queue up even more fishing ships. But still, these guys need to start thinking about the middle. You can see Prisma's landed over here and has added 2 extra town centers. Lucho's already done that. Nobody has any presence whatsoever here on the mainland for the Europeans. Got some more eco upgrades coming in as well for Lucho, and this is going to serve wonders extremely well in the long run. Alright, red's got a transport ship, but there's only 1 villager on it, and it's also going forward for some reason. I mean, how are they going to safely expand onto the land? Even more fishing ships are coming in, but the fish are not going to last forever. And the docks are getting destroyed super hard, though. But because they already have 2 and now even soon to be 3 TCs in the middle, it's not like your lack of ability to ferry over more villagers is going to be a huge issue. There you go. 3 extra TCs here. Red's just now grabbing gill nets. He's got a dock here to the south. I mean, it's going to, again, further help the fishing. Unless they think they can win this game without having to go to the middle at all, which feels extremely unlikely. I mean, you can barely do that in 1v1 migration, and it's still not really how you play the game anymore. It used to be the meta back in the day, but the island is too big here. There are way too many resources that you can get out of range of enemy warships. So what will eventually happen is that you'll just eventually get a castle down, build a bunch of docks, and with your extremely greater number of resources, just obliterate everything on the water and force the win anyway. It's not like you can really ever force a draw either. I mean, it was a great job pushing back water. I mean, the fish boom is crazy. Imp is on the way for Benanji. To what end? That isn't a rhetorical question. I have literally no idea what the point of all this is. Hope the other team GG. They're just so intimidated by your fast imp that they tap out. I mean, it's so many fishing ships. Both players now on the way to imp. Okay, here comes the castle. Is this something that can get denied? There's one war galley nearby. Doesn't look like it. I mean, the numbers look really good here for Benanji and Tofu, but... Oh! Does this really matter that much? I mean, yeah, blue has a bunch of ills over here, but... You're gonna run out of resources on this island pretty darn soon. Well, he's gonna make some more wagons, although that tower is in a very annoying location. And the actual number of villagers is pretty low. Like 82 villagers, 79 villagers versus only 46 and 52. So both these guys are incredibly reliant on fishing ships for their economy. And the fishing is going to be less efficient over time. That said, this is certainly annoying, and I mean, the vills will likely eventually die here, but remember, blue's focused in the middle of the map. Green's on his way up to imp. Bodkin and Chemistry both coming in. You have some more wagons on the way. More towers for Lucho. There's Tower City. Man, I love fire archers. They're such a fun unit. Look at how exciting they are. Surely you don't go with another castle over here. I mean, again, 19 villagers is a lot. Don't get me wrong. But it's just not where the future of this game is. And now Yellow's castle dropping here too? Guys, this is where the resources are. Oh dear. I mean, it's not like the eco lead is that big anymore. Lochuans are in, though, and those are going to be absolutely devastating. Castle coming in here from green. And this M timing advantage isn't going to last forever. That's a very quick guilds as well, so I guess preparing for not having any gold or stone left, but feels like just landing would be better, you know? Castle coming in now from blue. If you look at the POV here of Team Europe, I mean, they don't really know, I guess. This area isn't scouted. They know that they have this area. And war wagons are coming out. You got Ipsong, Bracer, Conscription all coming out as well. But what are those war wagons going to even do? And an archery range coming in for Lucho, probably just going to go skirmishers. But this is certainly quite annoying. Like, don't get me wrong. Those vills are having a real bad day. Got one cannon galleon out. Prisma trying to get a castle up over here. I mean, to be fair, the Skirmisher switch has not been completed. That's a pretty lucky conversion. But, yeah, that castle will be denied. That's certainly something that ya win or ya learn are gonna wanna learn. Good old Carvel hole. And Lochuans are both fun and balanced. Really would like to see a nerf to this unit. Well, Skirms are still missing the elite upgrade, something I do recommend. He's like, does this really matter that much? That's it, bombard cannons aren't really what you want here, as the Upsong keeps can outrange them even without siege engineers. Green also have Upsong? He is researching it right now, actually. I mean, yeah, I get that, like, this is annoying, sure. And this was good here from Benanji, but... We have some Karax coming in. But, again, Lochuans, they deal a lot of damage to those ships. There are some fast fire ships here as well. And, I mean, this is annoying. Again, like, this isn't bad. Little bucket dropped. Oh, no. Tragedy. Alright. Green has stabilized things here for Prisma. That castle will go down relatively soon, though. And no fast fire ships for Portuguese. They've never had fast fire ship, but maybe Prisma forgot that. I guess you do get some extra stone over here because the stone was never really taken. So, I mean, that's something. ECG's coming in here as well for Benanji. With Armenian late game? Oh, no. Well, oh, yeah, Armenian siege ram would help a lot versus Portuguese, to be fair. Man, I love Lochuans. They're so fun. They're so balanced. Owie. And here's the thing. Green has mostly expanded inland, whereas blue is largely along the coast. So that means those TCs are going to get eviscerated. Green's still not giving up on that island either. Alright, resources. I guess maybe they're thinking they could just trade for gold? There also are whales on the water. Caravel is the worst unit in the game. I mean, it's one of the most situational units in the game. Are there even any units that are just straight up bad? I don't think so. No, they're actually very good at a specific job, which is sniping enemy siege. But they're better than bombard cannons at that. Flaming Camels, situationally extremely good. Enough utility on 4v4 Black Forest to be worth considering. I mean, yeah, they're extremely situational, but far from useless. Like, a useless unit would be like, even in the situation where you want to use it, you'd rather use something else. Camel Trebs might not be quite as good as bombard cannons. Oh, demos! Yeah, there we go, demos. Yeah, they're pretty bad. Yeah, there we go. Well done, chat. Anyway, despite the score difference being pretty absurd, I actually still think Wonders are in a pretty decent spot. Bombard cannons, so who cares? Yeah, I mean, again, you'll use the mounted trebuchets because you don't have bombard cannons, so it's still absolutely worth using. Flaming camels you don't need unless your opponent's going mass elephants, but to be fair, they are extremely good against mass elephants. You just don't run into mass elephants all that often. Lotron's doing more Lotron-y things. What a great unit. And that's actually elite turtle ship. Let's go. Now, here's the deal. You will eventually need to have some presence on water to, like, actually kill your opponents. That would break the stalemate, so to say. And you can see they're trading quite intensively here on the water. Now, one of the big advantages, therefore, is that stone is not something that you're going to have any more access to. You can see that Benanji and Tofu, no stone whatsoever. And that stone is going to be very essential because it can help you get the buildings down to build the docks that you need to actually take the fight on water. Got some relics over there as well. Those Lotrons are so insane, man. And that's even without sitting Tiger in. Prisma trying to redock over here. Look at the glorious elite turtle ships, though. How often do we get to see those guys? I mean, huge eco count right now. They don't have any bills on food, I'm sure, other than their fishing ships. But also, look, this wood's gonna run out. Oh, wait, but I forgot. I forgot about the wood. Okay, my bad. I forgot you can now trade for wood. Actually, do you have a wood? It doesn't show in Capture Age, I think. Oh, that actually might be enough to sustain this. Got some Faderias in here for blue. Benanji trying to land here with some pikemen. And I freaking love Lotrons. Another Faderia coming in. Infinite trade res? Well, the infinity equation has you approaching it faster with trade, in theory. Especially now that you can get wood from trade. Also, hi, Sito. Trying to gather some more wood there. Yeah, water trade was one of those things that was really bad for such a long time that people forgot about it. But then it just kind of got buffed a little bit more and a little bit more. And now it is actually insane, especially when you're able to get wood from it. Actually, I'm going to check in game. Okay. Where is a trade cog with actual resources on it? Or maybe I can't see because it's not the right point of view. Also not the right point of view. 88 gold. Okay, so they're not trading for wood yet. That's the tune game? I've been saying that for years, Sito. That was one of the earlier bits of AoE 2 trivia I remember sharing with the world. It has been the fastest legitimate unit in the game ever since it was added with African Kingdoms. Now, that actual number is faster than it used to be because ships in general are faster on the water. Now it's like almost 2.5, which is just ridiculous. Think about it. It's a unit that's around 2.5 times the speed of an unupgraded spearman, which has a movement speed of 1 tile per second. Alright, more turtle ships, turtle shipping. Remember, guys, elite turtle ships literally have no counter right now. The unit is broken. There is no naval unit that trades efficiently versus it. $19 Lochuan still. I mean, I love turtle ships as much as the next guy, but creating a unit that literally has no counter doesn't feel like the best balanced decision ever. But the turtle ship numbers are climbing here for green. And again, it's been all about, you can't completely evict your opponent from ever docking. There's just too much surface area for that. Elite turtles? Yeah, but it's 15-7 elite turtles right now. Dragonfires? Fire ships do come the closest, so maybe the Chinese fire ships can do it. Yeah, you're right. Regular fast fire ships are not efficient, but they are still the closest thing to efficient. They do not. They do have a bunch of Faderias here, though. We're at 3, I think? Caravels. Here's the thing. Caravels are not going to be good against turtle ships because turtle ships have a gajillion pierce armor now. They are very good against hulks. And they are surprisingly better than galleons versus buildings. I don't know why they have more anti-building attack, but they do. To be fair, Tofu is mostly making Carax, so this could work. Yeah, 23 to 31 trade cogs versus 0 trade cogs. Now, normally, the wood would run out faster than the gold in this sort of situation, and it would be basically lights out here for Team YWOYL. But because they can get that wood from trade, it helps a lot. Also, the Portuguese Carax are very good, getting that extra HP, and you get Blast Furnace still. Elite Caravel coming in. So, remember, 4 bonus damage versus long-range warships, and long-range warships are everything that isn't a demo, fire ship, or Hulk. And 7 base attack plus 4 is enough to punch through some of the pierce armor on the skirmishers. Big Ornlu? Are you calling me fat? What a jerk. Yeah. Oh, man. The Carax are coming in here. Benanji's trying to do what he can. But, like I said, Hulks are very good here. But yeah, you're only getting your bonus damage. I remember testing the turtle ships. Turtle ships are still efficient versus caravels. That said, there are a lot of caravels here, so the numbers might just be enough. Keep now coming in here from Tofu. In the naval trade, 17 to 31. Still relevant. Excuse me. Also keep in mind that neither Wu nor Portuguese have shipwright. One of the ways that they're balanced in the late game. That said, in an actual naval fight, Lochuans should be pretty bad against turtle ships. But with the power of Micro, main water unit, I think it's a really silly unit at the moment. And the annoying thing is that it's attached to already extremely annoying Sims. I mean, it's fine for Jerchins, I guess, because they're already very bad on water, but Wei, Wu, Shu are all such annoying Sivs. But yeah, I mean, like, this is absolutely silly. Yeah, it is true that the Lochuans for Jerchins are probably the single best naval ship in the game, but Jerchins are otherwise so bad on water that it's not really ever worth getting to. Alright, you still have some income here. And wait, are they... Did they not know? Does Scotty not know about the trade? I think they're still only getting gold and not any wood. Oh, nope, never mind, I'm sorry. I thought this was just gold. No, they're splitting it 50-50, so they know what they're doing. What's the range when they attack other ships? Unless I am mistaken, I think it is 10 plus your, you know, bracer and whatnot. Yes, it is. And I think they get 2 more range when attacking buildings. That's a lot of very clumped up ships. Yeah, it's more than a galley. Well, this is one of the more interesting team games on migration that I've seen in a while. Now we're using Trebs against mining villagers. Always a great indication of where the game is at. Go back and watch the DauT. No, you can literally just watch the Twitch VOD. Also the YouTube VOD as well. With the generic Arvel, I don't know. DauT look different? No, this is the, whatever the name of this tournament is. Chronicos the Xardas? After, oh, does it? I have no idea. I've only been doing this for 8.5 years, come on, I'm new to this. It's not like Lochuans are super fast, but they are fast enough that combined with their very long range, it's really hard to force a fight. Got some cannon galleons still doing a bit of damage as well in the back. Spanish get caravels. Do the Spanish need to be even better in the late game on water? Oh, he's been missing Shinkichon. Oh, that's actually really important. It gives your turtle ships extra rockets, remember? I think you go from 3 to 5 rockets. Oh my goodness. Well, to be fair, I thought that the series was about to end, so... whatever. I'll change the title if, and only if, Tofu and Bananji win this game. Otherwise, I'm just going to end the stream anyway. Oh, look at this trade. 5 gold! No! Oh, no, guys. Look at this trade route. This is such a sad trade route. Remember, Wu also have the best Lochuans with Sitting Tiger. Well, I mean, other than Jerchins, but again, Jerchins aren't a naval civ. Arquebus, not really going to impact anything that's actually being made right now. Yeah, Shinkichon is huge, but right now the issue is that you can't take an engagement. I mean, it's funny, because this side, the Europeans have so much more army value. It's 20k to 9.1k. This is a ridiculously expensive army. This is like the ranged equivalent of having a bunch of elite war elephants. Like, this is literally the most expensive unit in Age of Empires 2. Oh, circumnavigation! Oh, man. Are you guys ready to check this out? Look at this. The entire map is explored. Feels good, man. It also increases your production speed for your docks. It's not as good as Shipwright, but it is still a nice boost that you otherwise would not have as Portuguese. More keeps coming in here from Tofu. Value over game. Yep. Well, a big aspect of this is also the towers, right? It's combining the towers that mean the ships cannot pursue because towers are so good against ships. And it means that you just shoot and scoot all day long. If there were no towers at all, you would just attack, right? You would just force the engagement. $118 kills on this blob, by the way. Yeah, it's nice. It's a good change for sure. They added it when they changed it so Karak, right, was a unit and not a tech. And so they got rid of the tech Karak and gave them circumnavigation. How's Prisma spending his stone? Well, remember, you don't generate stone very quickly whatsoever. It is still better than nothing, though. Yellow turtles? I mean, there really isn't that much here. I mean, it's all the naval fights are happening right here. Yeah, this naval change with the water trade now granting wood is such a huge game changer. I have wood? Well, remember, this is way better than Fadaria's. Fadaria's resource generation is going to be worse than all but the worst trade. And because you can get wood as well, you can just keep making ships forever. Is now playable? Yep, there is. Which is actually pretty fun, because I actually think Team Islands and Migration are both two of the best team game maps. You actually see so much of the various civs tech trees. Yeah, remember, 44 wood and 44 gold a trip. With a unit that has a speed of 2.4. That's not bad at all.
Hola.
But yeah, there will come a point when Team Wonders just runs out of wood because they do not get wood trade. Other way to kill the trade? There aren't many towers over here either, so yes, I do think that would certainly be a bit of a better plan. Remember, caravels are a lot faster than the Lochwans. She's such a stupid unit. In docks? No. Just fishing ships. Alright, looks like they're gonna go for it. Again, if you can actually force the fight, you will do very, very well here as the Europeans. Why is their freaking name so long? Also, that is definitely a misclick. Again, it's definitely a misclick. Even the cannon galleon's trying to help out. Remember, they do benefit from Arquebus, and that does give them a bit of a faster projectile speed. Not Spanish cannon galleon fast, but still pretty good. Elite cannon galleon hybrid is in balance. You mean the thing that's significantly better than a cannon galleon against buildings? The Sicilians, I tested it with T-West. I remember back when that was a thing, but it wasn't actually that good. It's more of a meme than something that's actually good. What are we watching? This 1 hour and 13 minute 2v2 tournament game? You know, the usual. Count the fleet of the Holy League? Yep. You still do have some wood left. But this set of infinite resources is significantly worse than this set of infinite resources. That said, the Lochwans are starting to go down. Supposed to be over? Yeah, but that's when I forgot that you can get wood from trade now on water. Which is on me, to be honest, but we really haven't seen that many water games go super late. Because if they didn't get wood from trade, they would just run out of wood so much sooner and they wouldn't be able to make any more navy. But because you can get wood, you now probably have better wood income than your counterparts. Absolutely massive change there. Lob of Thofu's Lochuan still stand tall. Decent choice. Why would you assume demos would ever be a decent choice? Okay, the Arquebus Cannon Galleons, again, they're not Spanish Cannon Galleon good, but they are the next best thing. Okay, look at this, guys. Prisma has 25 elite Cannon Galleons. Well, the alternative is that the map just runs out of resources and you just get to a stalemate very quickly. In theory, you win or you learn will win this game eventually because they have trade. It's just the map isn't out of resources yet. Tourney, again, this is the second game I have ever casted of this tournament. I knew nothing about that it was going on. There's just so much happening in AoE these days, which is a good thing. But, yeah, I'll update everything after this game if, Tofu and Benanji can close the deal. They're not taking... I think all the relics are taken. Oh, nope, there are 2 relics still left, actually. It's not that big of a deal, but... Okay, well, this is not really something that anyone but these guys can take safely, and they probably just don't have the APM to spare. This relic would have been taken a while ago, yeah. Yeah, remember, Shinkichon affects turtle ships and is very important because you get extra rockets. When did the trade change happen? It happened with the last chieftains. Crónicas de Guerras. Yeah, now the Portuguese cannon galleons are starting to show their mettle. Because they actually do outrange the Lochuans. Gave Turtles rockets? That was way long ago. That was back in the Three Kingdoms. Cannon Galleons are only a little bit slower than the Lochuans. And again, Arquebus is so huge. And circumnavigation gives you a production speed advantage. Again, the issue right now is you have no shipwright or circumnavigation, so it's expensive to sustain these ships. Gaia robbed my 8 sheep. That's a great name. Thank you so much for the sub with Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Wolf Pack and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, a wolf, and friends. Big turtle ship fight over here. All right, you know what? I thought that all I was doing today that was interesting was casting the DauT versus Andy set, but no, this is pretty wild. Hour and 20 minutes into this game, guys. Oh, gotta be careful there of that blast damage from the Portuguese cannon galleons. With very little turtles. Yeah, I mean, yeah, 112 trade cogs. Not that many turtle ships. It seems like he needs to balance the eco to be a bit more wood heavy. Back in the days, there you go. Ornlu was also my first gamer tag. Also, how to say that you're an Xbox player without saying you're an Xbox player, say gamer tag. Do you have a modded gamer tag? Did you get it from your 10th prestige lobby? I'm pretty sure slinging is allowed. They have gotten coinage and banking. Yeah, not too much slinging has happened, but it is there. 79 kills. The Lochuan numbers have dwindled significantly. There's only 12 left. And Koreans, remember, they stack their discount with shipwright. It's an insane bonus. Remember when Koreans used to be a terrible civ, and then they got like 8 huge buffs? Yeah, remember, Lochuans are absurdly expensive. 250 wood, 225 gold. I think.
I'm pretty sure. He's really?
Yeah, it's like all the gamertag stuff is so Xbox coded though. Special characters XXX username. Oh yeah, absolutely. You mean XX_pro_snipes_XX_420 every time? Yep, because that's all they did. Versus Lochuans, I mean, we're seeing that play out right here. The Portuguese cannon galleons don't do the damage that the Lochuans do, but they have even longer range, and that's the huge thing. Regular cannon galleons would actually be not that good here because they'd miss almost all of their shots, but because you have Arquebus, it's a big advantage. Yellow's also starting to make some flancers, as they're called. Oh my god, what a nightmare. This is so sad. Guys, when is the last time you've seen 65 sadder trade cards? Like, this is legit one of the saddest things ever. Oh my god. Also, look at the Portuguese berry bonus! Oh man, guys, if Prisma was any other civ, he would not be getting 250 wood from those forage bushes. Anyway, 39 elite cannon galleons still alive. Tyrant Kanawi during rush hours? Yeah, absolutely. Alright, Rams are here as well from Benanji. Cannon galleons pushing this back. Rams? He did make Rams. Oh, does that not something he does? Well, Rams are pretty good depending on the situation. It does feel like Benanji needs to contribute a little bit more militarily. He has 6 villagers, by the way, which is also objectively funny. Against trade? Yes, that is correct, and they tap out, just as you say that. And, well, you win or you learn. I think they won, and I think we learned. Wow, what a game. An hour, 26 minutes. Tofu had the best KD by the end. The Cannon Galleons felt like a great difference maker, but it just wasn't enough to overcome the lack of naval trade. Interesting.
Yeah.
And trade profit? Well, where are we at? Where are we at? Ah, here we are. 0 for Prisma, 5,000 gold. Literally 5 times the trade profit here. Yes, the great ketchup and mustard road. Yes, this is a best of 5. This is the semi-final. Include wood? Yes, it does. All right. Congratulations to this tournament. You have now earned me updating my stream title. Let's see. You win or you learn versus Wonders, Chronicos de Guerra, semi-final, hosted by Dark Legion? Who the heck is Dark Legion? Alright. The title has been updated. I mean, for those of us that thought that we were going to be able to go do other things with our lives, no, we're not. You never do anything else? Yeah. Like you guys don't sit around and play AoE 2 all day. Okay, looks like Land Madness is the next map, so that could be much, much faster. A Civ map draft? I could pull it up, but the issue is that I didn't see the first 2 games. And since this is quite possibly going to end after this game anyway, it's not really worth figuring out. I mean, a good caster and streamer would do it, but you know, you're stuck with Ornlu right now, so, you know, you get what you deserve. You're a good caster boy. Thank you. I've worked hard at it for a very long time. All right, looks like Land Madness. No idea what the civs are going to be, but obviously it's going to be some combination of aggressive Cav Civ and aggressive Archer Civ. And as we learned from the last game, there can be Civ overlap, so we might see like a double Magyars or something. We will have to see. Obviously, they might have needed a minute after the last game. Any second now. It is technically a 1v1v2 at the moment, as Thofu and Benanji are not teamed together. Maybe they had, you know, issues. That despite winning the last game, they're like, no, I don't like you anymore. Thinks he's Henry the Lion, yep. That's one of the hardest to spend 6K outside of your own country with normal bank cards. Oh, yeah, that can be tough for sure. All right, guys. Oh my goodness, guys. Something weird's happening. Something very weird is happening. 81 seconds, and we'll see. But, oh, never mind. Okay, it's still pretty weird. Don't get me wrong. It's still fairly weird. Just a little weird, though. I just opened Reddit, and this is the headline I was brought with. Bandcamp removes Boy George's AI pro-Israel reggae song. What the heck? And they formed a two-team team? Oh my goodness. But then who gets the 2 wins? You know, it's like they have to go through divorce court to see who gets which of the assets. Oh, wait, no, never mind. It is weird. Okay. Okay, this is getting weird, guys. Are you ready for weird? On the one hand, the normal team, the hamster team, will have Prisma in the green as the Magyars to the west. And to the northwest in the blue as the Mayans, it's Lucho. Literally the most meta, the most standard civs you could ask for 2v2 Land Madness. On the other side, we have Tofu in the red as the Mapuche, and Banaji in the yellow as the 2P. What are they cooking, guys? 2P are perfectly fine to play as an Archer Civ on flank, although there are better options. But, like, if you're just playing an aggressive open map, 2P not going to be quite as good as Mayans, but still, again, they're a solid Civ to play on flank. Mapuche, I have no idea. Although I do want to see late game Butul Mapu discounting the Blackwood Archers. I want to see 5 castles producing Blackwood Archers with a discount. That's what I want to see, guys. A very Latino moment of your life? Yeah, basically. Got Brazil plus Chile / Argentina here. But yeah, I'm very curious. Because if it was like 2P plus Franks or something, then it'd be like, okay, you're just going to play 2P as an Archer Civ. Maybe you can try and go for a Blackwood Archer switch. But again, you can still just play them as an Archer Civ just fine. With Mapuche, I have no idea what you're going to do. Can you go for FC Konas? I mean, Konas are awesome. You do also get the advantage of the forage bushes. But, like, no way that's going to work, right? When you just die? Because the Scouts plus Archers, combo, they're just going to walk to one of the players and kill them. Mari. Guys, have you ever been around in life and it's just been like, Mari? Yeah, a little bit of idle time for Tofu. Malay! Huh. I don't know, guys. It's funny, because, like, on the one side, it's, like, the most standard meta thing imaginable from 2 very standard and meta players. And then on the other side, it's like, what the heck is even happening? But I think Lucho and Prisma would be pretty heavily favored over most 2v2 teams on an open land map like this, so that's fair. Outside of Onimaru and Vitality, they might be favored over almost any other 2v2 team. These exact 2 players, like, as a combo. Lix and Yo as well, or, Yo and Vivi, but other than that, yeah.
Tim?
Lucho says, why? Oh, here we go. Might be bugged map, says Benanji. ACCM Sabat. I mean, that's like, are they better than the sum of their parts? Because the best 2v2 teams are better than the players are individually. I don't know how much they play together, and the language barrier is going to be pretty big. Although, again, they are both amazing players. Why would this be a bugged map? Hopefully there's an admin around. I don't know what the issue is. There isn't a lot of stone nearby for most of the players. But that happens often on Land Madness. I'm a caster. I don't know, man. I guess I'm just useless. Who did say that? Oh, then I hit the wrong button. Yeah, Benanji said might be a bugged map. Lucho says why? Benanji says missing res. Don't know here. Wish I could tell ya. My only guess is that maybe they might be missing stone. But I don't know why it would take so long to adjudicate what they need to do. Ah! That explains it. You guys know who admin is ? 11. TOGG 800. Guys, I think I figured out why the problem hasn't been resolved. Oh, jeez. Resource building? Yeah, they had to adjust the map strip when they added settlements to the game. They actually had to give an extra tile of space. Otherwise, it would... all the South American civs would be basically... they'd be basically useless on this map. This is awkward, guys. TOGG 800. Uncle GG 800 in Spanish. Okay, it looks like maybe they resigned. I'm not entirely sure. No idea. See, would you rather watch frickin' Hera play more Arabia 1v1s, or would you rather watch this nonsense? No, it's actually TOGG 800.
Mari.
Watch up. Okay, I mean, nothing had happened in the game. I think that it's perfectly fair to just ask for a re. Easy clap. Alright, guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. We could be missing hijinks, yeah. All right. Hopefully we'll get back to this in just a moment. 15 seconds. All right. Let's try this again. FreakinAndy, yellow 2P here to the southeast. Tofu, red Mapuche to the southwest. Prisma, green Magyars to the northwest. And Lucho, blue Mayans to the northeast. Again, we are looking at the most meta of meta civs versus the least meta of meta civs. And to be fair, I just don't think Tofu and FreakinAndy would stand much of a chance against Lucho and Prisma if they played, say, Frank's Britons. So, clearly, they're cooking something. No idea what the last map would be if they go to it, but if it's something like Arena or Black Forest, then I can absolutely see Tofu and FreakinAndy getting the upset. All right, settlement coming on in. And we will have to see what's up. Yeah, this is just ladder land madness, so only one boar. You have to spend a little bit of extra time pushing in deer. Not the end of the world. Big wood lines here, actually. Red's map is super open. Actually, now that I look at it, feels like blue and green have much better maps. Whatever. That's AoE 2 for you. Right. I mean, still nothing too clear. Mari. So if you're Lucho and Prisma in this situation, I think you just both open, you know, scouts and archers as usual, and you just 2v1 somebody super hard. I think either will work in this case. I think maybe I would go for yellow. Like, just 2v1 scouts and archers, FreakinAndy super hard. It's the shorter rush distance for Lucho, who has the slower unit. And then basically just take him out of the game. If, indeed, this is double FC unique unit, which I think it might be. Although I'm not too sure. If they just go like archers and chompies, like they'll die horribly. the scouts plus archers play will crush that. Oh, guys. Is this the counter right here? Unless I'm mistaken, 4 on wood already for Magyars. What if you go for your own Phosphorus type build with Magyars? Or you go FC Plumes as Mayans to counter whatever nonsense this is. Now that's called using your noggin. Okay, this is clearly a specific build. Now the rush distances are actually pretty long. But again, the rush distances can be long on 2v2 maps. Mari. All right. I was right. It's going to be FC unique unit for both. Unless I'm really missing something. You do get the extra forage bush food as tofu, which is helpful. And of course, 2P are known for going FC Blackwood Archers anyway. It's like their one build. But look at it. I don't think... Oh my goodness, I think they're doing it. Oh, I love it. I love it, love it, love it. I think it is going to be a quadruple phosphorus. I think it is, guys. I think it is. You can't handle all these new civs? Come on, there's only about to be 56 civs in the game. Nothing. How many League of Legends champions are there? Have to be over 100 at this point, right? They have nearly 200? Ah, there you go. The 56 civs, soon to be, ain't nothing. And AoE 2 civs are more similar to each other than League of Legends champions, I'm pretty sure. And that's always been like my biggest gripe about trying to play MOBAs, is that there's so much. And it feels like, unless you've been playing it for years and then you just get gradually introduced to the new civs over time, it just feels so overwhelming. $173, that's crazy. But guys, this is amazing. It's like you take the most obvious Scouts Archers map ever, and then you just are like, no, we're all gonna go FCUU. I'm like pretty darn sure that's what we're seeing. Anyway, once again, Chompy's showing why they are the worst scouting unit. Heroes of the Storm. I actually played Heroes of the Storm right when it was came out and was in beta. I was decent at it. Yeah, I don't even know who the original map maker of Land Madness is. It's been around so long. This is gonna be awesome though, guys. It's gonna be such nonsense. And it's like, what's the clip from, is it Inception? Where like the one guy passes the other guy and they're just like looking at each other like, what? They're all doing the exact same thing. That said, the Europeans are up faster. But that will mean that Wonders have a better economy. Alright, blue is up. Now, the stone is generally very far away on this map. We're actually going to get another settlement here and going to have more food. So the question is, guys, which do you like more? Kona Blackwood Archers or Magyar Hussar Plumed Archer? Which one do you think's better? To be honest, I've never seen that dynamic, so I don't know for sure. I have the feeling that Magyar Hussar Plumed Archer should be better. I think. And they will have the better eco as well. Yeah, it's a big mobility advantage. Well, if you consider yourself constrained by your slower moving unit, aka the archer here, Blackwood Archers are slower than plumes. Alright, castle coming in over there. And the thing is, I think that Magyar Hussars are just the most broken of these unique units these days. Blackwood Archers are also pretty silly, but I think that Magyar Hussars might even be sillier. The Hussar raids? I mean, the idea here is this game never gets to raids. I mean, again, everybody is going past Castle Unique Unit. Is this what the world is coming to? Pretty funny. Anyway, I can pull all those wheels off of stone. And honestly, guys, a real question is, are they even going to go all in? In theory, literally everybody could transition out of this economically. Got Bowsaw coming in for both... Oh, no, it was canceled by green. Red has it, yellow doesn't. I mean, it's crazy. Chompies die, because Chompies are the worst. Magyar Hussars are such a stupid unit. Why did they get triple buffed, man? Magyars were already extremely good. Like, look at this train speed. It's just so silly. 80 HP, 12 attack because of free iron casting. And yet, nobody adding an eco yet. Now, the interesting thing is that Konas are actually faster than Magyar Hussars before Husbandry, and you're not getting Husbandry anytime soon. Hungarian nationalist. Frickin' Orban, that's what happened after he lost the election. He became a lead developer for AoE 2. I mean, they were literally always good. Now, Magyars just feel like almost unbeatable in late game with Magyar Hussar plus Cav Archer. Hello, Tandoori. Well, Ballistics is going to be in here for blue. Doubled Blackwood Archers to Plumed Archers. Magyar Hussars only 2 base Pierce Armor. The Konas do have 3. But this is the issue with the movement speed, guys. This is literally what I was talking about. I feel like this has to be... Well, Konas are super good, guys. In an actual fight, the Konas are very powerful. They have a really high attack. I guess that's kind of an even trade, though? It's Wake Up Sheeple. All right, so first player to add the extra TC is actually going to be the Blackwood Archer player, Benanji. Man, I'm glad we're casting this set. It's just so bizarre. I love it. There'll be some weird AoE too. But yeah, nobody's totally all in. Well, I think it's just a fairly common last name. All right, second TC over here. So that actually, although the initial build was a bit more economic focused for Team Wonders, the Europeans are the ones who are transitioning to extra TCs faster, but this is a great fight. I mean, it's Ballistics versus no Ballistics. That is entirely the difference. Eric's going to be coming in here for Prisma. He's going to want to pick up both Bloodlines and Husbandry. But yeah. 15 Plumed Archers to 14 of the Blackwood Archers. Ballistics now coming in for yellow. That's obviously going to be a huge one. There's the stable. What a bizarre, awesome game. Pretty slow TC, honestly, with only 3 bills, but whatever. Eco upgrades are identical from all the players. Leather Archer armor is going to be huge against the Blackwood Archers, just because they have such low base attack. Where are they, actually? Oh, they're crossing the map. Ooh, this could be a nice opportunity there. Going to snag a villager. But now, guys, this is huge. Husbandry is in, and the Magyar Hussars are faster than the Konas.
Shot it.
It feels like it's going to be a big advantage. That said, the armies are just together right now for the South American duo. The South American duo that is not actually the South American duo compared to the other South American duo, which is actually the European and Mesoamerican civs. So that's a very easy to understand statement. Oh, the Konas are here. They're raiding. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looking at 36 vills for green. 7 dead villagers, guys. Bloodlines coming in too. Remember, the Konas have 125 to 80 base HP. Konas are much more designed to be that actual combat unit. Anyway, big fight here. Blackwood Archers are on the high ground. I think this is going to be good for you win or you learn. And yeah, remember, they were the ones that added the extra TCs. Red's even going to be on 3 TCs in a second. Loomed Archers are well upgraded, only missing Thumb Ring. 19 of them versus the 31 Blackwood Archers. Why instead of Hussar? Because the Hussars are way better than Knights if you can get them going. They're so much cheaper and faster to train. They move faster. That said, the issue right now is that Prisma is in a really bad spot economically. His buildings don't have fletching or bodkin, as obviously he's making cavalry. So that is just, I think, going to be a big issue here for Wonders going forward. But I think it's just a great strategy here from the actually ROR duo. Don't let your opponent play the game on their terms. Play this FC stuff. Great approach so far here from Benanji and Tofu. Lucho has the best KD, but we know that 2P don't need a good KD to do work. And Green's really going to be falling behind in resources.
Tabish?
Crash. Up. Are we good? Are they trolling? I mean, the rush distance is pretty long on this map. Now, again, my thought going into this would be that the correct play when you see these 2 saves... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. But yeah, my thought process would be that you just double the player who is closest to the Mayans player. So whoever is going archers, you just go to the closest player to them and just kill them before they get Castle Age if they both go FC. That said, I think that FC Plumed Archers are probably one of the better, and Magyar Hussars is, you know, it's like battle of the unique units that are all pretty silly. Punishing player. They're punishing us. So hopefully there's going to be a restore file. Got Prisma and Benanji in the lobby. A mini nap right now? Nah, I'm just bored and on my phone. You know. I think that we very realistically, if they restore and it works out fine, that we go to a game 5.
Any minute now.
You had to come on TOGG 800. Oh, no. Why do I have a feeling that they're going to have to completely replay the game? I'm getting that vibe. I don't know about you guys. That I'm wrong? I mean, I'm usually wrong. It's sort of a general thing with me.
Any minute now.
I should entertain you instead of sitting on my phone? I mean, I could, but, you know. You know. Playing for 2 months? Well, if you just go on a win streak, then sometimes that's how that works out. Watched this 3 hours ago. I didn't bother updating the scoreboard. Because the series could have ended at any moment. But I think they're trying to restore the game, and they might not be especially successful in doing so. Tales of Yesteryear. I really don't lead a very exciting life. I mean, I went to Lollapalooza for the first time this past weekend. That was the peak of my excitement. And then I showed a girl around Chicago the weekend before, which was fine, except she'd like already done most of the interesting things before I even got there. So it was like, oh. No, we're done with that. All right, got 3 players in the lobby. Read the Farseer trilogy? I have not. But I haven't really read that much fiction. Most of my reading has been nonfiction. Oh, boy. About the DLC, I don't really know what thoughts anyone should have on it. Like, we don't know anything. I mean, we know the themes of the units, but until we see the stats and see exactly how the mechanics work, then it's like, it doesn't really matter. We knew we were getting a Viking Z DLC for a very long time now. Ever since they teased the Raven of Odin as the one extra flag. Did I misspell it? I did. There we go. Seals and moose, that is true. Three people in the lobby. Excited about the games? I'm tired, man. But I'm always tired. We're still missing Lucho. With 59 minutes, because, yeah, that happened to me once. I really don't think Scandinavia needed 3 new civs. Well, they really seem to only want to do DLCs that have the same theme. I mean, we literally haven't had a DLC since The Forgotten that had civs from different places. And other than Africa, there is no single region that really needs a ton of civs. And Vikings sell, right? It's a lot easier to sell a Vikings DLC than a South America DLC. Zulu aren't in the AoE 2 time frame whatsoever. They fought the British machine guns. The British Empire. They don't even really fit an AoE 3 time frame. Hates European civs? I mean, at least it's like in a region that is sort of not covered much. At least it's only covered by Vikings. Wallachians and Serbs? Yeah, basically. I mean, it's far less egregious than the Three Kingdoms. I do think that calling them the Varangians is kind of weird. It feels like it should have been the Swedes. But I think if they really wanted to keep the theme with Harald Hardrada and the Varangians, having Harald Hardrada play as the Swedes would be kind of weird. But yeah, I mean, they literally are representing the Swedes anyway, so it's like, whatever. When will they? They basically never will. You can always make the argument that X subgroup of people were distinct enough that they are not properly covered by another civ. No, they're actually much, much, much more recent. The Southern African civ that you would have would be Zimbabwe, but we don't really know a whole lot about them, and they didn't really interact with any of the other AoE2 civs, so it's not very good. If you want more African civs, I think Benin/Yoruba civ, a Kanem-Bornu civ, a Swahili civ, or a Somali civ are all viable options. All the rating shenanigans? And the Messiah, yes. Is Mansamusa's wealth overrated? No. He's literally one of the richest, if not the richest people in history relative to the rest of the world. Learning to speak some Zulu? Ah, okay. Yeah, I think, again, the idea was that they wanted to do the focus on Vikings, and Vikings are a lot more interesting to people than the late Middle Ages in Scandinavia. Yep, that's true. The thing with Nubia is that they're already covered by Ethiopians. The Archer focus is literally just ripped off the Nubians. Don't fit the AoE2 timeline as well? Yes, but the question is, are the Three Kingdoms an exception to the design precedent of AoE2, or are they just a one-off? The Archers of the Eyes? Have you not played the Saladin campaign? Shots from our bows rarely miss their mark. Almost don't care. They actually do care. Having spoken to them quite a bit, they absolutely care. Now, are they somewhat constricted by their own release schedule for content? Yes. Viper's isn't he doing one of the Danish voice lines or something? I don't know. That's for AoE 3, it's not even AoE 2. If I could voice a line, what would I voice? I have no idea. Western Europe used them? Yeah, but I don't think they... I guess they could add them to existing civs. But also, they didn't say that they wouldn't be added to other Western European civs. Camel? Yep, they're still trying to restore, guys. Don't do silly CA things. What would you give the mounted crossbowman to? all 4 Western European civs. Give them to Teutons. Give them to Italians, Portuguese, Spanish, Sicilians. But the thing is, if the mounted crossbowmen are actually good, you're suddenly giving them a good mounted raider option to a civs that are not balanced around having a good cav archers, which I feel like would be a big problem. And fights on foot? That would be just weird, though. Would pikemen not get bonus damage versus them? Have good cav archers. No! A trade route gives... What do you mean? I don't think that would logistically be possible. Archer's Way. Civs in general could use a bit more restrictive tech trees than they have currently. I don't know, guys. I don't even see a lobby at all anymore. Crossbow? Yeah, there are. One of them had mounted crossbowmen. Oh, just mounted crossbow. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Shift my neighbor's ally and then my furthest ally. But that assumes that everybody has built in the exact same area and people haven't had to like move all over the map because they got pushed and lost their main base, and it's like it just doesn't really make any sense. AoE 2 is not restrictive of where you can build buildings. Stuff like Ixie's Paladin Champ. I mean, it's just an issue that they need to make all of the civilizations unique, and they're trying to make them powerful as well, and it's... Miss it? Well, game balance. Such is life. Franks? Yes, but I like it when civilizations have weaknesses, you know? Or like they have big holes in their tech tree. I feel like we don't have that anymore. It's like almost all the civs get like Halb and Bombard Cannon and Bracer, etc., etc. Not really. Chinese, Mongols, still two of the best civs in the game. Japanese also, one of the best civs in the game. Persians, one of the best civs in the game. If you expand it to Conquerors, Koreans are still one of the best civs in the game. Mayans are still competitive. Do I add fruit to my oatmeal? No. I have peanut butter and a little honey. Here's my concern, guys. They don't have a lobby anymore, and I'm worried that they canceled or postponed the set. And because there's no one there to tell me anything else, I wouldn't have a way of knowing. It was gearing up to be a fun game. Wait, I see two. Hold on. So right now there's an issue with the spec dashboard. And it says failed to start observing match. Match is no longer available to spectate. Yeah. Let me check out Prisma's stream. It's a black stream. Black screen. And he doesn't have... doesn't have Rex videos. So, yeah. Not too confident anything's gonna be happening. Well, this is unfortunate. He had a good run, yeah. It's also a really bad time for AoE 2 Rex to not be working for us, but maybe they said that, okay, we'll just take the loss. Except the thing is that the ROR team was likely to win that game. Green was really far behind. Yeah, it seems like we're not doing anything anymore, guys. Back in game. Oh, wait. Prisma's back. At least he's got the basic screen on in the background. Good father. Oh, thankfully somebody told me. You got an admin win? Well, that's unfortunate. You know, but the important thing is that Tofu was kind enough to tell me, so I'm not sitting around waiting for the end of time. Really good, though? Yeah, I mean, the ones I saw were quite interesting, and that game with the quadruple Phosphoru type thing was pretty fun. But yeah, I did see some of the other games. But, hey, Benanji. I try to fight TLC units. Yeah, it's a rough one. It's a rough one. It's on your side. Well, I will unfortunately be now heading off for the day. I will be back tomorrow, guys. I will be casting. Yeah, there's Rage Force tomorrow, so I think that's like 18:30. Yeah, I think, or 17:30, something like that. But thank you so much for watching, everybody. 12:30 Central Time. That's the correct answer. Go enjoy some deathmatch. Thanks for watching, everybody.